London, esteemed guest, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Deputy Registrar, Pro VC of MAHE Bengaluru, and our dear students. I request Professor Aditi Mohan Jadhav, Dean of TAPMI Bengaluru, to accompany the dignitaries to the dais. Hello. Now I request Professor Jadhav to welcome the dignitaries with a bouquet of flowers. Thank you, sir. In Indian culture, light symbolizes knowledge and purity, and lighting a lamp denotes dispelling the darkness of ignorance and marks the journey towards knowledge and understanding. I now request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join us in lighting the lamp to mark the commencement of GLC 2023. Thank you. Now I request Professor Aditi Mohan Jadhav, Dean of TAPMI Bengaluru, to welcome the gathering.
Good morning. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Secretary, Information Technology, Biotechnology, Science and Technology and Electronics, Government of Karnataka. Professor Madhu Raghavan, Pro-VC, MAHE, Bengaluru. Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, Deputy Registrar, MAHE, Bengaluru. Professor Sabi Padandas, Dean, University of Southampton. Professor Laura Castongo, Head of Southampton Business School at University of Southampton. Professor Stephen Ingo, Director of Internationalization, University of Southampton. Our eminent industry speakers and delegates, faculty colleagues from the University of Southampton, faculty colleagues from TAPMI Bengaluru and TAPMI Manipal, faculty and staff colleagues from our sister institutions at MAHE Bengaluru, and my dear students. Before I welcome all of you to the TAPMI Southampton Business School Global Leadership Conference 2023, and before I share my thoughts, I just wanted to clarify one thing. Ma'am, it's not like there are not many interested speakers for your talk or anyone else. We just inaugurated this auditorium keeping in view the next 10 years. So the capacity of this auditorium is 1200. Whereas we started our campus only last year, so the number of students is only 300. So I'm just explaining in my colleague Prayer Navneet that the only way we can fill this auditorium soon is by increasing our intake to the expected number. So, anyway, this conference is a culmination of a discussion between University of Southampton and TAPMI over the last 2 years. Okay, so we have been discussing an association with the University of Southampton over the last 2 years, and today is actually a culmination of this discussion and also a glorious start to an association that I'm sure will continue for years together, benefiting the students from both the universities. The subject of this conference is very interesting. The subject of regenerative AI holds an immense importance in today's era. I was just discussing, or hearing rather, I was not discussing because I am not a specialist in this subject, what Professor Raghupati was saying and discussing with Professor Stephen about regenerative AI and the things that they are doing in it, which is fantastic. And AI-powered leadership, which is the theme of this conference, is eagerly anticipated by all, because this is something very unique that came from the thought process of one of my colleagues, Professor Mahadevan. So we are very, very interested to this. Our conference, which will happen over the next 2 days, that is 28th and 29th, boasts of 3 distinguished keynote speakers. Dr. Ekrup Kaur, who will shed light on the regulatory dimensions of AI and her experience in that. Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, who will be doing the talk tomorrow morning. We will delve into the impact of AI on business and society. And Mr. Mohammad Mujtaba, who is we are proud of him, he is a proud alumnus of TAPMI Manipal, who is the CIO of Interglobe, who will explore the expanding influence of AI in the region of retail and e-commerce. Furthermore, our conference features 3 in-depth dialogues on cutting-edge technologies such as ONDC and API Lite. We have 5 panel discussions on various aspects of AI, and various other discussions that will hopefully happen over the lunch and the networking dinner that is being organized. I eagerly anticipate that these discussions will provide valuable insights into the rapidly evolving world. Many of us have equated AI with ChatGPT, whereas actual potential of AI is too huge for us to understand. So hopefully, at least I, at the end of these 2 days, expect to have much better understanding of AI and its impact on the world than what I have today. I'm looking forward to it. I am also sure that association. We also have an HR master class on organizational crisis management, and I had an opportunity to go through the case, and this is being done by Professor Ajit Nayak, and it's a very interesting case. So though I may not be able to attend this master class, I'm sure it will be a lot of fun. Right. This This HR Masterclass has already generated a huge amount of interest with numerous requests or registrations still dropping in. But we had to cap it to 36, keeping in mind the structure of the case. But the interest levels are still continuing with people calling up and saying, can we join the masterclass? So now even come to us, a lot of requests actually came to say, because they did not understand the idea of this masterclass, saying, are you doing it on YouTube live so that we can watch it? So I think another lecture of Professor MAHE can always be organized for YouTube live discussion. Now, I will just take a few minutes to introduce TAPME Bengaluru to this audience, and TAPME does not need any introduction, but I still take the opportunity to do the introduction. So, the PA Management Institute was established by Shri P.A. Pai, our founder, in 1980 at Manipal. It is one of the 7 schools in the country to boast of a double international accreditation, both of AACSB and AMBA. We are only 7 schools in this country with both of them, and we are extremely proud of this association. In 2021, and I hope I got the year correct, TAPME merged with the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. That Manipal Academy of Higher Education is one of the best private universities in the country. Overall university, it has been ranked 7th or 6th by NIRF, and as an institution of eminence, and in private university it is ranked 1 in this country. Okay, so this merger marked a fresh start for TAPME, as MAHE recognized as an institution of eminence by Ministry of Union Government of India, enabled TAPME to enhance its presence. So before 2021, we were an autonomous B school, and as an autonomous B school, the government rules, and they are rightly so, restrict us to the space where we are operating. So any enhancement, any new programs becomes not possible. But once we merged with a university and a university of affiliation kicked in, we are now in a position to expand, and that was when the germ of an idea of setting up a campus, another campus came into picture, right? So when the campus of TAPME Bengaluru was being discussed at Manipal, it was determined that TAPME Bengaluru would always specialize in distinctive career-focused programs and would embrace experimentation and courageous decision-making without any fear. And that is what we do at TAPME Bengaluru, okay? So, the established programs at TAPME Manipal have their own legacy, and we do not want to tamper with it. We are very proud of that legacy. So whatever experiments you want to do, it is this place that we keep on doing, okay? And that's how this campus is. So many of my colleagues till yesterday, till morning, Abhishek was saying, sir, when are you finalizing the schedule for this conference? Because we are changing continuously. So Abhishek, we will continue experimenting. Please remember that. Okay, it's not going to change, right? What is the purpose of TAPME Bengaluru? When we established TAPME Bengaluru, we were very clear on the purpose. So the purpose of TAPME Bengaluru, and I would read verbatim, is to imbibe the entrepreneurial spirit in each of its graduates by developing their ability to provide sustainable, and please understand, when TAPME discusses sustainability, we also discuss fiscal sustainability equally well. Okay? Digital, because we believe digital is the next way to grow, and this conference shows that. Ethical, because we have seen ethics is the foundation for everything, and global solutions, global as well as with the local flavor solutions to the new age problems. So that is what we want our students to do, and that is the focus of this, of our institution. Each of the TAPME Bengaluru programs will either have a strong industry linkage or an international university collaboration. This is something we are very particular. Either we will have a very strong industry linkage in partnership with the industry, or an international university collaboration. The program design should ensure that even mediocre students end up as industry-ready professionals at the end of the program. Okay? This is something we are very particular about. Okay? Many of the times we end up saying that, okay, the student is not that good. Okay? But then if the student is not that good, that's the reason he is into the campus to study. If he was very good, he would have already started working and making money. Why should he waste time with us? So we are very particular on that our program should be designed in such a manner that even mediocre students, and I am not saying my students are mediocre, they are very good, okay? But the program design should facilitate someone who is weak to actually also reach the full potential, and that is what is the focus of our program. And ethics and sustainability are always the two strong pillars on which any program of TACME Bengaluru would survive. So an example is very clear. Even though we run a management program, before we teach management, we teach ethics and sustainability. So in the first year of the undergrad program, there was a lot of discussion on ethics and sustainability, but we have not discussed management at all. And a lot of students actually ask us, so when will we learn this whole marketing, finance and all? So that is after you have learned ethics is what we are saying. Okay? Now, applying these design principles, which we had discussed at when we started the school, we initiated our path with an innovative 4-year undergraduate management program, which is the 4-year BBA honors program. Okay? Now, this program incorporates numerous internships and live projects to intensify its industry orientation of the students. So students basically end up doing 3 internships, and many of the students and few of the parents have already raised a concern is, when is the holiday? Okay, but that's a part of the program. Okay, it features an alumni mentorship program to give a proper guidance on career choices, and it also offers a chance to pursue careers in various options, right? So you can take a research track, means you can actually pursue a research track which will help you pursue a research career by doing a PhD. We have opportunities to pursue entrepreneurship, and we also have an opportunities to make a great corporate career by choosing any of the 8 elective streams that are offered. Over the whole program, a student generally studies 18 elective courses, and in this school, in the first year itself, we will be offering around 100 elective courses to all the students. So that is something we are very particular about, that students should have a large number of choice to build their careers. Okay. Now, I'm happy to say that today we introduce the 4th career avenue for our students, which involves the prospect of studying abroad. We are in the process of formalizing a memorandum of agreement, MOA, with the Southampton Business School, which is at University of Southampton, and the event will happen after the keynote speech. Right? Under this agreement, TACME BBA honors students will have a chance to pursue 1-year master's program at Southampton, contingent on their performance in the BBA program. So this is the 4th option we are creating, and we intend to create multiple options in the area of family business and others once the program starts strengthening. Last but not least, as part of our ongoing commitment to offer career-focused programs to our students, we are also excited to introduce the 2-year MBA Technology Management program. Tomorrow, we will be unveiling the MBA Technology Management program for our industry partners to know, and we will delve into the design of the in comprehensive detail of the program. So as just a glimpse of it, this is a program for people with at least 2 years to up to 7 years of work experience in the area of tech. So they should have a prior experience of tech, they should have an interest in tech, and I'm sure once we unveil the program, I would be very happy to get feedback from many of the industry participants who will be there on the program design and some of the aspects of this program. Okay, so this we'll discuss much more in detail tomorrow. I once again thank you all for joining me today and welcome you to the Global Leadership Conference 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Laura Costanzo to introduce her University of Southampton to gathering.
Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be here on the wonderful premises of TACME and welcome each of you to the Global Leadership Conference 2023 that the University of Southampton Business School each year organizes in collaboration with one of our overseas partners. And this year we are fortunate to co-lead this conference in collaboration with our esteemed colleagues of our valued partner, TACME. Our collaboration with TACME started virtually during the pandemic in 2021 when we signed a memorandum of understanding to bring the University of Southampton Business School and TAPME together, closer and closer. And first of all, to collaborate on research projects, given the informal collaborative links that already existed at that time between the two institutions through some of our academics. And first of all, our Deputy Head of School for Research, Professor Konstantinos Katasokopoulos. Since then, our collaboration has grown strength in strength. Indeed, this conference also marks the signing off of a formal collaboration that allows students from TAPME to complete their fourth year of their first degree at the University of Southampton Business School by enrolling and successfully completing and being awarded one of our Master of Science programs. So this is really a great achievement for both institutions. I would like to provide you a little bit of background on the business school. The business school is very proud to be part of the University of Southampton, which is a top 100 university in the world and a founder member of the UK Russell Group universities, which are distinguished by their high level of research intensity and quality of research and also teaching. The business school is growing at a steady pace in both faculty and students. In the next 12 to 18 months, we will see achieving a capacity of nearly 200 full-time academics and more than 4,000 students across all the programs at undergraduate, master level, and doctor level. The school is large and has got excellent teaching and research capabilities in many subject areas across 6 departments, including the Department of Data Analytics and Risk, and which is basically also our largest department with about 45 academics, followed by other large departments such as accounting, the Department of Banking and Finance, respectively each with more than 30 academics, then the Department of Digital and Data-Driven Marketing, the Department of HRM and Organization Behavior, and the Department of Strategy, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, respectively with more than 20 academics. So we are a large and most diverse school in the University of Southampton. Our academics come from all over the world, and this cultural diversity is one of our great strengths, and we are really very proud of this cultural diversity. As a part of the growth strategy, we are on an ambitious journey, recruiting top scholars in the world, both early career researchers and more established scholars. We are also investing in top physical infrastructure, and we are very proud to announce that by early 2024, we will be relocating to a new state-of-art building in Boldwood campus, which is our engineering and innovation campus, and it's just 8 minutes walk from the main campus, Highfield, where we are currently located. This new building will provide us with a higher quality space to engage more effectively with all our key stakeholders, our colleagues in engineering, enterprises, and small and medium enterprises, external academics, and of course, our students, to create and share new and impactful knowledge that will ultimately change business and society for the better, which is core to our 2020 refreshed vision. And we look forward to welcoming you on our new premises in the near future. A key strength of the Southampton Business School is its interdisciplinary research. Examples of where this integrated approach is being lived are through our interdisciplinary research centers, such as the Center for Operational Research, Management Science and Information Systems, the center which is ranked top 40 according to the latest QS in the world. But we have got other fantastic centers, such as the Center for Risk Research, the Center for Digital Finance, the Center for Empirical Research in Finance and Building, amongst others, where operational research and data analytics work successfully together and across disciplines, such as mathematical sciences, economics, and electronic computing. The new healthcare in data analytics, where data analytics on health can support health sciences. The new Future of Work Research Center, where management approaches to new models of working are supported by social sciences. And our Center for Inclusive and Sustainable Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Center for Research in Accounting and Accountability and Governance, and so on. Ultimately, all our research and education activities are supported by our entrepreneurial approach, reinforced by our strong links with the local SMEs and large organizations in Southampton and outside. This is also demonstrated through the recent accreditation by the Chartered Association of Business Schools in the UK. In fact, we secured the Small Business Charter Award, which really recognizes our commitment to supporting the development of students' entrepreneurial skills and to support the growth of the local SMEs. This success builds securing the full accreditation of our MBA program. Last year it was secured for it was accredited by AMBA for 5 years, and recently we resecured our 5 years ESSB accreditation. Our commitment to making an impact on business and society, particularly in the area of sustainability, was also recognized by the fact that our school is only one of the 2 schools in the world that has been given the license by the GRE to write sustainability accounting reports for organizations, profit and non-profit. And we actually engage with our students, particularly we empower our students to write the sustainability reports supported by our academics. So we empower our students to learn the relevant, rigorous knowledge, but also to develop their employability skills by applying that knowledge to real practice. Our teaching portfolio is very large and comprises 6 undergraduate programs. We are developing some more, 21 master programs, and a very successful MBA program, which is now ranked according to the UK QS 13 in the country. Our AMBA and ESSB accreditations, in addition to the accreditation of our programs by 14 professional bodies, recognize our commitment to continuous improvement in education and delivering excellent student experience. Our PhD program is growing with more than 200 PhD students from all continents, reflecting the globalization of the type of school that we are. We were delighted that our efforts were further recognized as our programs as subject disciplines year on year are improving the ranks, the QS rankings by 50 places. In alignment with our mission and vision, we also invested in the enterprise function to support the experiential learning of our students whilst enabling a real impact on the world of practice. And in doing so, we leverage our internationally recognized research expertise. Our continuous focus on employability of our graduates, their ability to apply theory to practice, and emphasis on the acquisition of independent learning skills underpins our approach to education and the programs we deliver. In the last 2 years, we've had nearly 1,000 student experiential learning opportunities with industry live projects offered on the Ripen platform, in which we heavily invested. Students were also exposed to collaborative international learning, an example of which is the Innovation Challenge embedded in the curriculum and realized in collaboration with our partnered universities in Europe and the US. A team of our banking and finance students, supported by our academics, also participated last year to the live Bloomberg Challenge to become crowned as the overall global winners of 2020-22 Bloomberg competition out of nearly 1,000 teams in the world. So, in valuing our alumni as active members of our academic community, we also launched the Inspiring Alumni series to celebrate and learn from our most successful and inspiring alumni. And this learning is shared with our students to inspire and empower them to become the future leaders. And last year, we launched a very successful extracurriculum program, the Talent Development Program, to further support the development of our students' employability skills. We have indeed a dedicated department, CPAR, that supports placement, employability careers, and alumni relations. As I said, we value our alumni who now actually are in leading positions and come back very often to the business school to give it back to the community, to give it back to our students and the academics. As a part of a Russell Group University, which is the group of the basically, we were recognized, in terms of the power of our research. And in the last research exercise framework 2021, we improved our positions by 7. And now we are in the top quartile of the business schools in the UK, thus achieving 26th position, which is an improvement of 7 positions since the previous evaluation. We are basically continuing to produce world-class research across the school that makes an impact on business and society. Let me share with you some examples of our impactful research. A project led by Professor Venetaru in Ghana with the participation of our students is helping SMEs nationally and internationally to produce sustainability reports. An international team of academics and practitioners led by Professor Collins' team is producing the first national corporate governance code for Ghana, which was actually successfully launched. Under the leadership of Professor Tapas Mishra, staff and students regularly engage with the Bank of England, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and United Nations to provide solutions to global, economic, and social challenges. Research led by Professor Yaniv Hanok is supporting the UK Cabinet Office and other governments in the world to help fight fraud and economic crime. The ESRC funded the project on work after lockdown, led by Dr. Jane Parry, produced research outcomes that triggered 5 parliamentary inquiries into remote working and a consultation at the European Parliament in Brussels on women's work post-COVID. Our activities overall are supported by our model, which is the triple helix model, which means education, research, and enterprise and knowledge exchange are all integrated, and each activity becomes stronger by leveraging the strengths of the other activities. And we are privileged to be part of a university, the University of Southampton, which is ranked top 10 in the UK with regard to knowledge exchange and enterprise. So we share our expertise and collaborate with our valued partners like TAPME in the world to contribute to the university vision to inspire excellence to achieve the remarkable and build an inclusive world. And I hope that these 2 days of the conference, Global Leadership here, are going to inspire all of you. And I do hope that everyone will continue to be in touch with us, and we look forward to building valued relationships with everyone here, but also in the rest of India and the rest of the world. Relationships with the prospective students and prospective leaders of private and public organizations. As head of Southampton Business School, I would like now to take a moment to thank Professor Madhu, the Dean Aditya, and all the esteemed members of the local conference organizing committee for putting together this fantastic program, which I hope is going to inspire you during these 2 days. I would also like to thank the representatives, of course, from the University of Southampton, our Vice Chancellor, but also colleagues of the business school that in this moment are here, Professor Stefano Ongo, who is the Director of Internationalization, and other colleagues, Professor Sabut Padmasas, Professor Ajit Nayak, Professor Puraf Shukla, Professor Tapas Mishra, and all the speakers who no doubt are going to deliver superb and fascinating talks and stimulating a vibrant discussion on a very important theme, artificial intelligence. So, welcome everyone, students, academics, business leaders, to the Global Leadership Conference 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have with us a person with unique combination of courage and knowledge, Dr. Ekrup Kaur, Secretary of IT, BT and Science and Technology of Government of Karnataka. Dr. Kaur was born and raised in Chandigarh as a responsible and independent girl. She is an IAS officer of batch 2002 with PhD in psychology. She started her stint in public service with Assistant Commissioner of Sakleshpur District, Karnataka, and held various offices as Deputy Commissioner, Belgaum, and Department of Women and Child Development, Bangalore, Managing Director of Bangalore Metropolitan Transport Corporation, Chairperson and MD of Karnataka State Financial Corporation, and currently as Secretary of Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology of Government of Karnataka. Not only women leaders like Dr. Kaur offer a wholesome 360-degree perspective on issues, but also to figure as an inspiration to women employees. Incidentally, she was the first woman Managing Director of BMTC when only 8% of BMTC employees were women. Ma'am, we are keen to hear from you.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow participants. It's an honor and a privilege to be here this morning at this Global Leadership Conference. I would like to first of all express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to share my insights, and I'm really impressed by the theme that they have taken, because this is the most topical theme that one could have thought of, AI-powered leadership, and how we can navigate future of business and society in this AI environment. As we gather here in this beautiful city of Bangalore, a global technology hub, it is evident that we are at the forefront of a transformative era. Artificial intelligence, we all know it as AI, is no longer a futuristic concept, but an integral part of our daily lives and the business world. It is reshaping industries, redefining leadership paradigms, and influencing society in profound ways. The theme of this conference aptly recognizes the revolutionary impact of AI technologies and need for leaders to harness its power effectively. Today, I thought I'll delve into a few key points that I believe are crucial for navigating the complex and dynamic future as AI-powered leaders. Artificial intelligence has now evolved, as we all know. It's not just a buzzword, it is driving change across industries. I am talking to a very young audience of students, and I think artificial intelligence comes naturally to them. When I talk to my son, he talks at a very different level. He's just a class 11 student. So the way you understand AI and the way, the coming days are going to, we are going to harness the power of AI, it's going to be phenomenal. Today, AI is absolutely, in a way, integrated into our lives. From voice assistants in our smartphones to recommendation algorithms on streaming platforms, it is facilitating convenience and efficiency. In business, it is used for data analysis, customer service, and predictive analysis. in healthcare, it is used for disease detection and personalized treatment. In fact, we have just gone through a pandemic, and all of us, were grappling with so many issues. I think that was one of the times when we had data to an extent where we had never got it before, the health data of citizens. While the government's understanding was still limited about AI, but with private collaboration, I think some phenomenal work was done to use AI and to do some kind of predictive analysis. And fortunately today we are all out of the pandemic, we can talk of it as a thing of past. But while going through it, it was these tools which had really come in handy. And in fact, Bangalore, you would have all heard, we had this war room, which was actually thriving on AI. So AI has really become, a part of our life and our business today. According to Precedence Research, the global artificial intelligence market size, it was valued at $454 billion US dollars in 2022. And it is expected to hit around $2,575 billion by 2032. So it is progressing at a rate of about 20%, which is phenomenal. This industry has the potential to add about 1,000 billion US dollars or 15% of India's current gross value in 2035. The combination of technology, data, and talent that makes intelligent systems possible has reached a critical mass, driving extraordinary growth in AI investment. As leaders, we find ourselves in a unique and exciting position. Technologies such as machine learning and data analytics are increasingly becoming integrated into leadership practices. Leaders can leverage this for data-driven decisions, and these kind of data-driven decisions were, while always data was, the foundation for any decision-making, but the amount of data that now we can, analyze and work on and create algorithms to predict behavior, predict trends, it is phenomenal. We can automate routine tasks, we can gain valuable insights which can help drive innovation. AI certainly has the potential to revolutionize industries, right from healthcare to finance, logistics to entertainment. We are all very active users of Amazon, and we all know how Amazon has really used AI in its supply chain and logistics optimization and revolutionized the e-commerce industry. It is used in predicting consumer behavior, optimizing inventory management, and even managing deployment of robots in their warehouses. Now, just-in-time inventory it seems so natural these days, but it was not possible just a few years back. So this has really had an impact on cost, on the way the businesses are done, and I'm sure this is really going to change in the years to come. In public service also, AI can help by providing data-driven insights, optimizing resource allocation, and empowering marginalized communities. Resources obviously are always scarce, no matter how much is the size of, the absolute size of the resource, but the demands are innumerable. So resource optimization, any government across the globe is always, has that problem on hands. And I think AI can be a very significant player in that. It can help identify the most vulnerable and needy populations, predict the impact of interventions, and monitor the progress of poverty reduction programs. Technologies like ChatGPT and GPT-4 are breaking the communication barriers that have long hindered cross-cultural exchanges. AI-driven translation tools are not only bridging the gap between different languages. In fact, India is a country which is known for its language diversity, but is also contributing to a deeper understanding of different cultures. Embracing AI in leadership means understanding how it can augment our capabilities, foster innovation, and drive competitive advantage. But AI leadership is more than just about technology. I think technology is the easier part, but the other things are more difficult. It is about guiding our organizations and societies through an era of profound change. And this transformation has its own challenges. As we embrace AI in leadership, we must confront critical societal impacts. The rise of automation and AI raises questions about future of work. It is our responsibility to address the concerns of job displacement, to retrain and reskill our workforce. In fact, I was just talking to Pro Vice Chancellor, and I was telling him how we need support of TAPME to reskill our workforce, to retrain them, because it is such a fast evolving environment that you have to keep learning, keep adapting, and keep refining your skill set. And we need to create new opportunities for those affected by these changes. In the age of AI-powered leadership, a commitment to inclusivity and social responsibility is paramount. Moreover, and I strongly believe in this, AI is not infallible. Bias in AI algorithms, data privacy concerns, ethical considerations, they all demand our vigilant attention. We must ensure, and as government, I feel the responsibility is much higher on these counts. We must ensure that technology we harness aligns with our values and promotes fairness, transparency, and accountability. Responsible AI leadership is a moral imperative. For example, facial recognition, it has become a very common tool now, but it has raised very significant ethical concerns. Many law enforcement agencies are using facial recognition, but addressing these concerns, there are states, there are provinces which have gone ahead and have stopped surveillance through, public surveillance through these systems. AI leadership also requires a commitment to continuous learning. It is in this fast evolving landscape, staying informed about latest developments is crucial. This means that a culture of innovation and agility within our organizations, where experimentation and adaptation is encouraged. Collaboration is another vital element of AI. We face challenges in this world which are, really vast. One organization cannot address those challenges. So collaboration across businesses, technology, governments, academia is essential to navigate through these complex challenges effectively. As Government of Karnataka, we recognize AI as a key enabler for the growth of our digital economy, investments, and jobs. Bengaluru is one of the first cities in India to create a fairly significant pool of IT services, thanks to some of the global MNCs such as Texas Instruments, Infosys, Accenture, Honeywell. We have a whole list of them who have set up their global capability centers in the city. This was eventually followed by companies offering AI analytics and data science services as solutions. Bangalore has emerged as the top 5 cities in the world for artificial intelligence, at number 5 according to a study by Tide Framework, and it has also been listed by Harvard Business Review. Bangalore is the world's second largest AI talent pool. Due to this conducive and thriving innovation ecosystem, Bangalore is home to around 1,000 plus AI startups. And we are very proud of our startup ecosystem. Bangalore is the largest hub in India on the startup ecosystem. And a lot of cutting edge work is happening in Bangalore. Government has established centers of excellence in areas of emerging technologies. These centers of excellence are set up in coordination with private anchor institutions and drive and create initiatives across 4 pillars, which is building the ecosystem, especially for startups, industry, government, R&D and academia. In fact, on R&D also, Bangalore is doing really well and is rated as one of the top 5 in the world. Government of Karnataka has instituted a very unique institution, and I would suggest that some of your students can sometime visit. It's called the Art Park. It has been done in association with IISc Bangalore to promote technology and innovations in AI and robotics. They are doing really good work. The government has also established a Center for Internet of Ethical Things in collaboration with World Economic Forum and IIITB Bangalore. The center brings together aspects of AI, IoT, and ethics and provides a platform for stakeholders to converge and create an ecosystem with ethics underpinning the discussion. In conclusion, AI-powered leadership is about recognizing transformational potential of AI in both business and society. It is about embracing opportunities, addressing challenges, being at the helm of change, shaping the course of history. As we move forward, let's remember that AI is a tool and leadership remains fundamentally human. I would really like to emphasize on this once more, that leadership remains fundamentally human. The successful leaders of tomorrow will be those who can strike a balance between capabilities of AI and the enduring qualities of humanity. I would like to thank all of you for being here today, and I hope that the insights and connections that we forged during this conference set the course for a brighter future. Together, we will navigate the uncharted waters of AI-powered leadership and build a world that reflects the very best of human potential. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for stressing the importance of AI in business as well as the ethical part of it. Now I request our Pro VC to extend our token of gratitude to Dr. Ekrup Kaur. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now comes the much awaited moment of the day, the signing of MOA between TAPME Bengaluru and University of Southampton. I request the dignitaries on the dais to join us for this moment.
Stephen. So Stephen has been the author of this MOA, so I would like to invite him on the dais, please. Professor Stephen Ongo.
Thank you. Now I request Dr. Raghavendra Prabhu, Deputy Registrar of MAHE Bengaluru, to share a few words about MAHE Bengaluru.
Sorry, that is a technical glitch. The laptop is hung. Just a few minutes. Hang on. So a very good morning to everyone present here, and a warm welcome to this global conference organized for today and tomorrow. So Professor Aditya has already briefed about TAPME Manipal as well as TAPME Bangalore. So I'm going to briefly tell about MAHE and mainly focusing on MAHE Bangalore campus. So Dr. Padma Shri Awardee Dr. Thonse Madhavananda Pai, Dr. T. M. Pai, the man who conceived and created Manipal, our revered founder Padma Shri Awardee Dr. Thonse Madhavananda Pai was a pioneer in educational entrepreneurship. His far-sighted vision and single-minded approach to the accomplishment of goals saw the birth of private medical education in Manipal, which has led to a model emulated across the country even to this date. His illustrious son, Dr. Ramdas Sempai, Padma Bhushan Awardee, made Manipal an international university township and took Indian education overseas. His unwavering practice of integrity at any cost has been the bedrock on which today's Manipal has been built. Dr. Pai continues to be the guiding light and inspiration for all of us. So our vision is clearly to achieve global leadership in human development, excellence in education and healthcare. We want to be amongst the best in all fields of education, health sciences, engineering and management at a global level. Our core values of teamwork, execution with passion, human touch, quality, transparency and integrity will surely lead us to success. So MAHE takes pride in its multiple campuses offering quality education and world-class student experience in India and across the globe. In addition to the campus at Manipal, the off-campuses and offshore campuses are located at Bengaluru, Jamshedpur, Dubai and Malaysia. MAHE is currently divided into 3 major faculties with 25 professional higher educational institutions, 14 university teaching departments and over 110 specialized centers. More than 300 diversified programs are being offered across 36 disciplines. We have over 28,000 students who are on the campus and along with 3,200 plus highly qualified faculty members. So many of our constituent units are ranked amongst the best in the country. MAHE has established itself as a world-class institution as evident by its ranking. In the national scenario, NRF has ranked MAHE as India's top 6th university and 4 of our constituent colleges are ranked under top 10 colleges of India in their respective discipline. In the THE Impact Ranking 2023, MAHE has been ranked 25th worldwide for quality education and ranked 4th worldwide for gender equality. MAHE is extremely conscious about environmental concerns and has taken effective steps in environmental preservation and sustainability. Resources are managed in a holistic way by implementing the best available technology on campus. So due to these efforts, MAHE has been ranked number 1 in India and ranked number 39 in globally suburban category in UI Green Metric World University ranking. MAHE places utmost importance on quality assurance and is committed to continuous quality enhancement. It is reflected in the various standard accreditation obtained by the recognized accrediting bodies such as ISO, National Board of Accreditation, Association for the Accreditation of Human Research Protection Programs, Association of MBAs, Indian Federation of Culinary Associations, and others. Our major teaching hospital, Kasturba Hospital, Manipal, and KMC Hospital, Bengaluru, are NABH accredited. So MAHE Bengaluru campus, in the year 2002, UGC gave approval for MAHE to start its off-campus at Bengaluru by offering a few nursing programs. The institution of status accorded by Ministry of Education, Government of India in October 2020 has given us the freedom to start new institutions. So immediately, MAHE has decided to expand its Bengaluru campus here at Yelahanka. So currently more than 4,300 students are pursuing education in 5 professional higher education programs, institutions, and 3 university teaching departments and 2 specialized centers at MAHE Bengaluru campus. MAHE, founded on the ideals and philosophy and vision of Dr. T.M.A. is an institution which started with a medical college way back in 1953. After a few more colleges were added, it got the deemed to be university status under Section 3 of the UGC Act 1956 in the year 1993. So MAHE has built up its strength steadily since then. Keeping in view of its potentials and growth curve, the Ministry of Education, Government of India notified MAHE as an institution of eminence in October 2020. So we got the approval from UGC in the year 2002. In 2007, we started our first institution at MAHE Bengaluru campus, so that is Manipal Institute of Regenerative Medicine. So and then in 2010, we started Manipal College of Health Professions, so both are offering PG programs. So in the year 2020, Srishti Institute that came into MAHE's umbrella, so we started Srishti Manipal Institute of Art, Design and Technology. In the year 2021, we started Manipal Institute of Technology, Bengaluru. In the year 2022, we have added 6 institutions and teaching departments. Out of that, TFI Management Institute, Bengaluru, Manipal Law School, Bengaluru, Department of Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, Department of Commerce, Bengaluru, Department of Public Policy, and Manipal Center for Innovation, Leadership and Entrepreneurship. So MAHE, in its collective wisdom, has restructured the organization into 3 faculties: the Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Science, Technology and Management, and Faculty of Law, Liberal Arts, Humanities and Social Sciences, to deliver more than 20 multidisciplinary programs with over 70 specializations. The Faculty of Health Sciences, MAHE Bengaluru, with its postgraduate programs in regenerative medicine and allied health sciences, offers quality learning environment to health professionals from a very important component of MAHE's academic delivery system. We have almost 5 programs with 22 specializations, and over 109 students are currently pursuing higher education at these 2 institutions. A Faculty of Science, Technology and Management, MAHE Bengaluru, is known for its high quality in technical education, excellence in management studies, and other specialized fields of science and technology. Around 800 students are beneficiaries of a widest range of programs offered by 4 institutions under Faculty of Science, Technology and Management. Faculty of Management, Law, Humanities and Social Science offers programs spanning social sciences, literature, humanities, law, art and design, media and communication, and has carved a niche in the field of liberal arts and social sciences. It offers 11 unique programs and offers valuable opportunities to health science and technology students to explore the field of humanities and social sciences for a holistic and 360-degree development. As on date, in MAHE Bengaluru campus, around 4,367 students are pursuing their studies at various institutions or various constituent units of MAHE Bengaluru campus. The campus, when it is fully ready, with the 6 academic blocks with a built-up area of around 13.7 lakh square feet, can accommodate around 15,000 students in the campus. So out of the 6 academic blocks, 3 academic blocks are completed and 3 other are under construction. And probably within the next 1.5 to 2 years, the other 3 academic blocks are also will be completed. MAHE Bengaluru hostels with 4 hostel blocks with a built-up area of around 10.75 lakh square feet with the different types of rooms like single, double sharing, triple sharing, AC and non-AC rooms can accommodate around 5,600 students in the campus when it is fully ready. At present, we have 3 hostel blocks with a seating capacity of 1,900. So when it is fully ready, when the 4th hostel block is also ready, it can accommodate again around 3,800 students in the campus. Along with the academic and hostel blocks, there are certain state-of-the-art facilities getting ready in the campus. Some of them are administrative block, food court with the auditorium, the 1,100 capacity auditorium, the indoor sports complex which is marina, the central library, and a 1,800 capacity multi-level car parking. So all are going to be completed within the next 1.5 to 2 years with a total built-up area of around 12.5 lakh square feet. So these are some of the interiors of our academic blocks. At MAHE Bengaluru campus, our design philosophy revolves around creating an educational environment that not only promotes green design, but also instills a deep sense of environmental sensitivity in the students of generation to come. All the outdoor sports facilities are ready and are being fully utilized by our students. A cricket ground, a football ground, 2 basketball courts, a tennis court, 2 volleyball courts, and 4 cricket practice pitches. So this is about the indoor sports complex with the food court in the ground floor. Again, this will be operational by February 2024 with the following facilities: basketball court, 3 badminton courts, 2 squash courts, 4 table tennis tables, state-of-the-art gymnasium, billiards tables, rooftop table, 2 rooftop tennis court, and etc. So here are some of the interiors of indoor sports complex marina. So some of the salient features of MAHE Bengaluru campus are maximized energy efficiency, efficient daylight utilization, LED lighting, heat island mitigation, water conservation, sustainable rainwater management, planting native vegetation including planting transplanted trees. We have transplanted almost around 84 trees in the campus from the last 1.5 years. Construction waste reduction, waste segregation and recycling, on-site organic waste recycling. In summary, our design philosophy embodies sustainability, energy efficiency, water conservation and waste reduction. MAHE Bengaluru campus is not only an educational institution but also a living example of eco-conscious practices, nurturing a generation of environmentally sensitive individuals. Dr. Ranjan R. Pai is at the forefront of enterprise in education, healthcare and cutting-edge research. As the chairman of Manipal Education and Medical Group and president of MAHE Trust, he has several spectacular successes behind him. Commitment, perseverance, integrity and humility have been the core values of the family that have been internalized by him. The university has adopted them as its own in its march forward. He is extending his full support and guidance in our journey towards the excellence. So that's all from my side. So thank you very much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir. Without an inspiring leader, no amount of effort can yield right results. Now I call upon our Pro-VC, MAHE Bengaluru, Professor Madhuvir Raghavan, to share a few words about Global Leadership Conference and the MOE.
Good morning to all of you, to all the dignitaries on the dais and the students and corporate guests. It's indeed a matter of great honor and happiness for me to welcome you all into what promises to be a lively, timely, and relevant program of speeches, presentations, and possible expositions. The theme that TAPME Bangalore has set is AI-powered leadership, navigating the future of business and society. So I'm very sure that the presentations will cover an impressive range of insights into innovation, business transformation, societal impact, future trends, and collaborative opportunities. But before I do that, I thought I should say something a little interesting. Not that what I'm going to say is not very interesting. So here is some sort of fact check for you on where we are sitting. This auditorium is 1,100 seating capacity with reclining seats, and most students are already reclined and sleeping, I could observe from there. It took 24 months to complete this auditorium. The music system we have is a Dolby Atmos 7 with a screen size that you're seeing now is 10 meters wide with 6 meters height, 39 feet diagonal length. The lighting system is dimmable, Dolby with mood and event light basting. If I do that now, you will definitely fall asleep. I've experienced mood lighting as well. It is phenomenal. We can do that after my talk, certainly. The event recording system, we have 4 cameras. Each camera runs into crores of rupees, and there are 2 cameras that are at the front and 2 at the back, and it automatically captures, and it's online platforms as well. The ground floor and the first floor has a food court, which serves 1,800 packs, including, we have a lot of outdoor eatery space and stuff. The total height of this building is 18 meters, and this entire structure that we are sitting in has LEED Platinum green building standards for energy and lighting elements, and it costs 84 crores to build this. For my friends from the UK, it's almost 8 million pounds to set this building up. And I'm really, really excited about it because this is the best convention hall that you can actually imagine. The entire sound system is Bose. We just have a firm called Profex that actually manages all of it. On 2 sides that you're seeing the online, on each side of yours, there are 2 LED screens, which are 110 inches. All the 3 screens are Lumen, and there are 4 cameras from Lumens, which are placed to cover the entire convention hall, 2 at front of the stage and 2 at back of the stage. And so I thought I should give you some insights on, where we are sitting, and we should know something about where we are sitting. So I thought I'd just pull out some numbers from the project office and sort of give you. The seats were actually just done up very recently, literally 15 days ago, when there was a team from Southampton that was visiting us. That was the time the seats were being installed, actually. So they did sit on the front rows, and so this is really cool. And we were just still testing the whole, sound system. Anyway, so I've done that. I thought I should give you some sort of stats. A particular honor for me is the presence of Dr. Ekrup Kaur, who is Secretary, ITBT, S&T Electronics, Government of Karnataka. I did not speak to her about what she was going to talk about today, but very interestingly, some things that she has spoken in her welcome or sort of in her keynote speech, sort of, I picked up when I was drafting my speech very recently. And, there are times when you need to have the right ears to get the right legs to walk the talk, and the right eyes to set your direction right, and the right ear to add the right compassion to your passion. So I thought I have a perfect person sitting right next to me. So what I might say might be of interest to a group and perhaps in the government of Karnataka as well. The secretary obviously heads also the IT sort of area at a very critical juncture. IT also stands for intelligence technology in addition to information technology. And as a secretary, we can certainly reasonably expect, which I did expect, and I really was very impressed and so very delighted to hear your comments on ethical considerations on the policy and practice fronts. We're also very highly pleased to have the finest of representation from Southampton for today. And of course, we had a wonderful signatory ceremony, which we just recently completed. And I would like all of you to join me in putting your hands together and congratulating the whole Southampton team and TAPME team, and also my colleagues from TAPME Manipal, who are also architects in making this happen, and particularly the Associate Dean Research and the Dean Research. The Dean Research is not here, but the Associate Dean Research is here, Kavita Ranganathan is here, and other my colleagues from the director in charge, and all of them are very responsible for making this happen almost 2 years ago. So as Jadhav mentioned, these discussions have been happening for almost 24 months. And number of online meetings, and today I'm just delighted to welcome Laura and the entire team, very energetic team, Sabu and others who are here as well, so thank you so very much. Now to today's team. I'm no expert in this area. I want to confess a few things. I know very little about artificial intelligence. I know a little about intelligence, but I want to begin with John McCarthy. I don't know how many of you, and I was doing a lot of work, actually, Jadhav told me, Jadhav changed very quickly, like he confessed himself. He said, talk about internationalization, that he said, do whatever you like. So he kept changing and I kept changing. So between us, we really felt okay. So let me just start with John McCarthy, who first coined the term artificial intelligence in 1950. And people have thought this is a new age thing. What he said, I'm just quoting exactly what he said in 1950. Intelligence has two parts, which we shall call the epistemological and the heuristic. The epistemological part is the representation of the world in such a form that the solution of problems follows from the facts expressed in the representation. The heuristic part is the mechanism that on the basis of the information solves the problem and decides what to do. Around the same time in 1950, Alan Turing posed the question, an important question: can machines think? Can machines think? And followed it with a philosophical discussion about definitions of machines and thinking. Barely 5 years later, John McCarthy and colleagues introduced the term in the first conference in artificial intelligence of 1955. Although they did not precisely define the term, they raised the conjecture that every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate. And the term has been since then to refer to activities by computer systems designed to mimic and expand upon the intellectual activities and capabilities of human. Fast forward 29 years, 1979. McCarthy wrote an article entitled Ascribing Mental Qualities to Machines. In that he wrote, machines as simple as thermostats can be said to have beliefs. Very important. Machines as simple as thermostats can be said to have beliefs, and having beliefs seems to be a characteristic of most machines capable of problem-solving performance. It did not end. The very next year, in 1980, John Searle, who was a famous philosopher, responded with this famous Chinese room argument, disagreeing with McCarthy, and said, machines cannot have beliefs, simply because they're not conscious. He argues that machines lack understanding, or what he called intentionality, a term commonly used in philosophy of mind. Of course, since 1980, a number of voluminous, if I can use the word voluminous, literature has been written in support of one side or the other, which is typically what academics would do and practitioners would also do. For John McCarthy, then went on to set up at MIT an artificial intelligence lab, went to Stanford, set a lab there as well. But all of this, when I was reading and sort of preparing my talk, I have a question that I wanted to ask. Are we aware and assured, the keywords are aware and assured, of the source of AI power and the areas in which AI power will be applied? And I actually really enjoyed what A Group said, some of the very interesting points that she made, and I'll draw upon one or two shortly. If you're not, we must be starting our discussion with that information at the most. In my humble view, and as I told you before, confessing again, I'm no AI expert at all, AI is powered by an economy of men, money, machines, methods, markets, and messages. I've used all N's here. That do not allow either the people or governments of the world to know anything about them. Recently I was talking to a colleague of mine who was in this room, and he said something very interesting and very scary. He said, we have developed something which we presented to the government, where we will know where you went half an hour ago. We just have to put your picture in or name in, and we will know where all you traveled, whom all you met. This is really scary, right? Now, I don't want to do a doomsday speech, but all the while, they know everything, almost everyone in the world. If this is going to be a game of information, of data, this will be a game that will be played on a vertical playing field. I don't need to explain the implications for naturally intelligent audience that we have here, but as a professor of finance, and as a professor of management, I dread the day when I may have to introduce a course on ethical artificial intelligence. And this is why I'm scared. In my feeble knowledge, AI is a total set with subsets of machine learning and deep learning. I wish I'm not even partially correct and entirely wrong in harboring any fear about creating, rolling out, and promoting a system of data dependency in which Frankenstein will be the name of an angel. I do not wish this upon my future generations of students, but this is my greatest fear. I do not want to make dark web, dark learning, the future subsets of AI. More importantly, I would not want dark clouds. I would actually want dark cloud to remain a simple meteorological term, nothing more than it. We had machines, to think about it, we had machines to substitute manual labor in areas where manual labor was impossible, was undignified, or even was dangerous to the human life and limb, right? That was Industrial Revolution. Then we had calculators, we had computers to help us in areas it was humanly impossible for the human brain to operate at the speed at which it was required. I can call myself a data scientist. I thought it looks very jazzy to call myself that. So I'm taking the liberty to call myself one. Some of my colleagues in the front and the back rows can disagree with me. But let me, for a moment, my 10 minutes of fame, I call myself a data scientist. I use data. I use large amounts of data, voluminous amount of data, right? I'm reasonably knowledgeable about how to analyze the data. All of my research papers are empirical in nature, and right from the weather data to cloud cover data to sunlight data to CEO data to stock market data. I have plenty of data aids. So when I was doing this, I thought, let me leave you with something. So I leave all of you with a set of data that you must also think about. We have presently 8 billion carriers of natural intelligence. We have enough resources to feed them, clothe them, educate them, provide them with healthcare, and so on. But we are not able to feed them, we are not able to clothe them, we are not able to educate them, we are not able to provide them with healthcare. Why is it? Is this the reason, the lack of will, or is it information? The reason is the lack of sense of ethics, and this is where I fully agree with with Ekrup about how important it is to draw ethical considerations, and perhaps more importantly in a field, in an area of medicine or hospitals, where patient data, patient details. Today we're trying to do biometric in MAHE, Bangalore. I had my colleagues saying, This is not something we want, Madhu, not in a regime, because this picture that you're taking in the data you're collecting, what are you going to do after that design? Where will this be saved? How will this be stored? These are pertinent questions to ask, right? The reason is the lack of sense of ethics, not intelligence. It's a lack of logistics, not logic. Can I request all of you who are here to deliberate and discuss to give me that hope that our deliberations here will throw light on the things that are worthy of being done but have not been done yet. Let us also trust those 8 billion carriers of natural intelligence who will face all the applications of AI and bring ourselves some credit by creating humane and human-centric systems that are aligned both to Mother Nature and her creation. And we spoke about sustainability, and I'm also very, very conscious of the fact that we want to leave the world and planet Earth a better place than what we inherited, right? In conclusion, let me draw on the analogy of nuclear technology. I'm not an expert in that either, but we have an example of 2 countries who are nuclear powers. So far, they say they have been used to protect their poverty. Their citizens don't have food, and I'm sure you know which 2 countries I'm referring to. They have the nuclear weapons guarding their hunger. The rest of the world lives in constant fear that weapons do not fall into the hands of the dark powers, the 2 countries I'm referring to. Let us please not make 2 prophets out of fiction authors such as J.K. Rowling. Is that too much to ask? Thank you very much. I welcome all of you to MAHE, Bangalore. I welcome all of you to this wonderful city of Bangalore, which is now my new home. I moved away from Manipal to Bangalore, and my new home is treating me really well. And I hope that in your 24 or 48 hours of stay that our guests have come here from from London, you have the best of the city that it has to offer. To all my students and corporate colleagues who have come from different parts of the country and the state, I'm sure that your insights, your networks, your connections, your words will have phenomenal value to our students and to all of us, and we want to be able to have very rich conversations and discussions. To all my colleagues who have spent Saturday morning to be here, and my colleagues, the front row from Manipal, and there are some colleagues in the back row also from Manipal, thank you for taking the plane from lovely small town Manipal to a very large city called Bangalore. And to all the Southampton friends, I wish you the very best, and I think we have an amazing journey that we just started. And as Jadhav said, we have a very, very fruitful and very fulfilling relationship, and I wish this MAHE Bangalore Southampton first Global Leadership Conclave all its success. So thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now I request Professor Sadhu Padmadas, Associate Dean International of University of Southampton, to share his views on MOA.
Thank you, everyone. A very good morning. Namaskara. Honorable Principal Secretary, Dr. Kaur, I think I've been listening. So inspirational speech. And Professor Madhu, and also my colleague Laura, who are presenting. And also Antia, thank you very much. Thank you, TAPME, for making this happen. This is truly a moment to cherish, because, especially in this August auditorium with these, wonderful, there's a lot of AI behind this as well. So first of all, let me share the greetings from the University of Southampton and also from the city of Southampton, and special greetings to all of you from the President and Vice Chancellor of the University of Southampton, and also my colleagues at the University Executive Board is very much aware. They wanted to be here in Bangalore to enjoy this moment, but unfortunately during the term time it was very difficult for them to move, but they have actually given us the responsibility to make sure that we take part and make this journey a success. Just to give you a little background about the University of Southampton, that this is actually one of the globally acclaimed university, very quiet sometimes, very modest. Sometimes I don't know whether it is arrogance, but anyway, you've been consistently ranked top 100 universities in the world for the last, couple of decades already. And some of our disciplines are ranked in the top 50 and some in the top 10. And my own discipline, as alongside my colleagues here represented, we are ranked 37 in the world or 38 in the world for operations research and statistics. So my area of research is more focused on demography and global health. So I look at the much wider aspect, but I also look very closely at AI because it's not about the technology, it's about that, the product that we are using, which is nothing, but it's a mathematics of AI is just a product of human intelligence, right? With that less than 5% potential of human intelligence, we created what is known as artificial intelligence. We told the machines how to think and how to operate. Now we have that 95% capability within us that can actually transform. But I think the most important things which have already been shared today is integrity and ethics. So what we need to think about is actually an AI which is a responsible AI, responsible AI integration into our daily life. But on Southampton, I don't know how many of you know the city of Southampton. That's where the Titanic, the majestic ship, it was actually a state of art in the 1912, that around that time it sailed. It didn't really have a pleasant journey, but it really transformed, isn't it? So the way that we thought about how, ships could be built in such a way that you can inspire people and so on. Southampton is also a place where the first hypermedia microcosm protocol was written. This was before the World Wide Web was invented. And the World Wide Web was invented by Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who is also one of our colleagues in Southampton. And I hope that with IIITV, we will be able to really bring Professor Tim Berners-Lee here to the city, and he knows already the vibrance of the city and the level of development that's happening already in Bangalore. Southampton is also a home where optical fiber technology was more or less invented. Because optical fiber, today we can take money from somewhere in, you have a bank in Bangalore city, you can take money from New York, right? That's possible because of this, sorry, I just need some. This is jet lag, which actually the AI will have to work it out. So, but anyway, so, with all these technology, in fact, I'm so proud to be representing a university where these were invented, or these were really, so this was actually optical fiber technology was actually pioneered by one of our colleagues, Sir David Payne, who couldn't be here. He was supposed to come and bless this conference and also share his views, but unfortunately he couldn't come because, he needed to be in Washington for some reason. So Southampton is also a home where cancer immunology research is actually, making strides in the sense that within the next 8 to 10 years, we will have a vaccine that will protect against all different forms of cancer. Don't you think that that's really, a world free of cancer? And that is actually going to make a change. So at the university, what we do is that whatever we do, we publish in top journals, from Nature to Cell to whatever, Lancet and all science and everything, but that's fine. But the fundamental question here is, what difference has it made? How this has contributed to the society? I think that's where, we are primarily focused on. So these are really fundamental, kind of aspects in science, that we are not just producing science for just knowledge sharing, but also making a difference to the society. And you'd be surprised that one of my colleagues, who is actually we have a hospital, a university hospital, a very large hospital, which has pioneered in various areas. So one of the senior consultants in gynecology was actually, you'd be surprised, he is actually originally from Malaysia, but was trained in Manipur. So MAHE, to my knowledge, I know that, well, it has been one of the kind of, a leader of higher education for many decades. And also it has really, the vision that MAHE has produced. And now with TAPME, believe me, I think this is going to really make a revolution. So for students who have joined TAPME, I think you're also coming to Southampton. Some of you will have an opportunity to come to Southampton, and we look forward to welcoming you to the university. One final important thing that's also important. Today's position, today India is actually, as a demographer, I can proudly say that we are the most populous country on the planet, right? We have been already. But anyway, that's something to, there is a question that is that, something to be worried about, or should we be proud about? The answer is we should be proud about, because it's about young people like yourself, most of you. You are going to be the leaders of the next generation. So you have that phenomenal capacity, and India is at the very, very, unique position in terms of skill development, in terms of government leaders, including, our Honorable Secretary who stood here. They are really making significant, I don't know how many people would know what they actually do to make things happen. So there are lots of efforts being done. The Prime Minister of the country is actually looking at the, projecting India to the world stage. There are challenges. We don't disagree with that, but these challenges could be overcome, I think, if good leaders are trained, so that your leaders of tomorrow with integrity and ethics. I think that's fundamental. If you have integrity and ethics, I think you can actually make a difference. My final point is regarding a Tiranga on the University of Southampton campus. So I'm really, really proud, along with some of my colleagues, to put our Tiranga on the campus for the first time in any British university. So we are the Russell Group meaning that we are, thank you. Russell Group is actually like a club, you have, it's like, Russell Group includes Oxford, Cambridge, and a lot of other universities, but we are actually the founding member of the Russell Group Universities, which is research intensive university. And one of the fundamental questions was that actually, with the research being produced, a lot of research being produced, how can we really make these happen things, how can we give life to those kind of scientific findings, some of which are revolutionary because they are instant and, the impact is instant. So India Center, so I'm actually one of the founding directors of the India Center. It's called the University India Center for Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Development. So some of you, when the students or staff members, when you come to the university, you're not just coming from, a home to another island or nation, but you're also coming from home to home. So we are there. Many of my colleagues who are present here are actually, doing wonderful job, and they're actually contributing to the India Center. So I think the Indian High Commissioner, when she was visiting the university, I think she, also I must say that the former Supreme Court Chief Justice, Dr. Mishra, and the current Chief Justice of Supreme Court, whom we hosted, the India Center hosted him, I think, back in last November. And one of the things that they found was actually the connection between, so we stand as a living bridge between, the UK and India. We work very closely with the Indian High Commission in London, and the British High Commission in Delhi, and with various government ministries in the center, like Ministry of Tribal Affairs, where I'm really closely working with, Niti Aayog, Invest India, and of course with also state government. So we look forward to these kind of collaborations, kind of harnessing our strategy, which is what is known as a triple helix strategy. In today's world, if you don't engage people who are in the industry, then you are really going in the wrong direction. Because why? Because they are actually dealing with the problems. It is not that they don't know the problems. They probably know the problems, but they don't know how to solve them, for which they need young minds. So they need a combination, a beautiful combination of academia, science, industry, and the government. I think you need all of these 3 or 4 entities together to make that positive change. So I think, my dear students, friends, and colleagues, I think what a phenomenal opportunity to talk about AI, and in this very unique time, because AI is being discussed almost everywhere, right? Whatever world magazines, from Times to, to The Economist, if you take, the top headline is AI, and we are actually discussing some aspect of AI today, and which is actually very important. Please don't quote, you can quote me, of course, because, I'm just thinking the mathematics of AI as a product of human intelligence, it is actually exponentiating in its capacity and capability, but you can also, while you can multiply AI, you can also divide AI, and the denominator is human intelligence. Please don't forget that. So we can actually make, so when people sort of when the chat GPT or GPT-4 was actually introduced, all of a sudden it became a sensation, and suddenly World Economic Forum was forecasting that young people will lose jobs. Of course, because some of these will be really machine controlled, but I disagree with that, because when you have a chat GPT, it has already provided you an opportunity to work around that fear, to come up with new ideas and inventions so that you will make that technology part of you for the benefit of the society, not as a threat. So I think we have a great, promise in front of us. And as ma'am was saying that, it's not just about technology. It's about that leadership. It's about that, how as humans we have enormous potential, capacity, capability, how we harness this so that it is served for the benefit of the humanity rather than to the disadvantage. And today's world, as you know, that conflict, uncertainties ranging from climate change to almost everything, we need solutions. And believe me or not, technology is the only solution, but it should be managed very well. I think on that note, let me conclude this, and I wish this conference all the very best. And I think here, very important thing is that TAPME is a gem. Our Southampton Business School is absolutely a gem, and I think these gems, two gems, if they form together, they form a magnet force, and they can. I'm pretty confident that together in this journey, we can actually not only influence the society in the way that it functions, but also we can make a meaningful contribution to the society. Thank you very, very much, and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we have reached a point when we are to refresh and rejuvenate for the upcoming sessions. Refreshments have been arranged for delegates and dignitaries right outside the exit. Students are requested to exit the auditorium using the back door and have their snacks in the food court at the basement. Thank you. We'll meet again in another half an hour. Right now it is 11:50. We will meet sharp at 11:45.
I'm sure the series of guests discussing AI, which is the most happening topic at MAHE, which is the most happening campus in Bengaluru, is going to be the most exciting thing.
Well, this is a place to be, and that's why you belong here.
Sandeep? Sandeep? Sandeep, we have a PPT for both the guests in the next session. It will be connected through my laptop, right? How exactly we going to do that? Call him, call him, call him.
Tonsei Anand Pai, popularly known as T.A. Pai, was the eldest son of Tonsei Upendra Pai and Parvati. After spending his early childhood in Udupi, he studied at Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics, Bombay, and later attended International Summer School of Banking in Germany. T.A. Pai joined Syndicate Bank in 1943 as deputy manager, the bank that was founded by the Tonsei Pai family. After holding several positions in the bank and being the general manager from 1944 to 1961, he rose to become its managing director in 1962. In 1967, T.A. Pai was appointed as the chairman of Syndicate Bank. As a visionary political leader, T.A. Pai was an active member of Indian National Congress. He represented Udupi Assembly constituency in Madras Provincial Assembly and in Mysore State Assembly. T.A. Pai played a vital role in implementing Indira Gandhi's Dream of 20-point program. He played an instrumental role in establishing Food Corporation of India in 1965 as its chairman. In 1970, Government of India appointed him as the chairman of Life Insurance Corporation of India. He was elected to the Rajya Sabha from Karnataka in 1972 and appointed as Union Minister for Railways. He also held ministries of heavy industries, steel and mines, and civil supplies during the Indira government. An economist and an educator, T.A. Pai contributed immensely in establishing world-class management education institutes. Under his able stewardship, IIMB was founded in 1973. He made remarkable contributions as member of Mysore State Electricity Board, State Board of Secondary Education, Textbook Advisory Committee, State Fisheries Advisory Board, All India Choir Board, National Credit Council, and the Administrative Reforms Commissions. In 1977, T.A. Pai was elected to Lok Sabha from Udupi constituency. Looking at his interest in agroeconomics, he was appointed as the chairman of National Agricultural Commission. In enhancing India's collaboration with foreign countries, TAPI made noted contributions to Indo-Polish Joint Commission on Scientific, Technical and Economic Cooperation, Indo-Hungarian Joint Commission and United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Recognizing his services, in 1972, the Government of India honored him with Padma Bhushan. He was awarded honorary doctorate from Karnataka University, Dharwad in 1973 and by the Andhra University, Visakhapatnam in 1975. In 1980, he initiated the Manipal Institute of Management. After his death, the institute was renamed as TAPI Management Institute. TAPME is one of the top-ranking B schools of India today. TAPI believed that it is possible to succeed, and his achievements proved his success.
This is the first time the Bangalore campus is hosting something really large, and that too with two very leading universities. So it's a very exciting time for all of us, and I can't wait for the world to be able to.
And I'm sure the series of guests discussing AI, which is the most happening topic at MAHE, which is the most happening campus in Bangalore, is going to be the most exciting thing.
Well, this is a place to be, and that's why you belong here.
Tonsei Anand Pai, popularly known as T.A. Pai, was the eldest son of Tonsei Upendra Pai and Parvati. After spending his early childhood in Udupi, he studied at Sydenham College of Commerce and Economics, Bombay, and later attended International Summer School of Banking in Germany. T.A. Pai joined Syndicate Bank in 1943 as deputy manager, the bank that was founded by the Tonsei Pai family. After holding several positions in the bank and being the general manager from 1944 to 1961, he rose to become its managing director in 1962. In 1967, T.A. Pai was appointed as the chairman of Syndicate Bank. As a visionary political leader, T.A. Pai was an active member of Indian National Congress. He represented Udupi Assembly constituency in Madras Provincial Assembly and in Mysore State Assembly. T.A. Pai played a vital role in implementing Indira Gandhi's Dream of 20-point program. He played an instrumental role in establishing Food Corporation of India in 1965 as its chairman. In 1970, Government of India appointed him as the chairman of Life Insurance Corporation of India. He was elected to the Rajya Sabha from Karnataka in 1972 and appointed as Union Minister for Railways. He also held ministries of heavy industries, steel and mines, and civil supplies during the Indira government. An economist and an educator, T.A. Pai contributed immensely in establishing world-class management education institutes. Under his able stewardship, IIMB was founded in 1973. He made remarkable contributions as member of Mysore State Electricity Board, State Board of Secondary Education, Textbook Advisory Committee, State Fisheries Advisory Board, All India Choir Board, National Credit Council, and the Administrative Reforms Commissions. In 1977, T.A. Pai was elected to Lok Sabha from Udupi constituency. Looking at his interest in agroeconomics, he was appointed as the chairman of National Agricultural Commission. In enhancing India's collaboration with foreign countries, T.A. Pai made noted contributions to Indo-Polish Joint Commission on Scientific, Technical and Economic Cooperation, Indo-Hungarian Joint Commission, and United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Recognizing his services, in 1972, the Government of India honored him with Padma Bhushan. He was awarded honorary doctorate from Karnataka University, Dharwad in 1973 and by the Andhra University, Visakhapatnam in 1975. In 1980, he initiated the Manipal Institute of Management. After his death, the institute was renamed as T.A. Pai Management Institute. TAPME is one of the top-ranking B schools of India today. T.A. Pai believed that it is possible to succeed, and his achievements proved his success.
This is the first time the Bangalore University is going to be large, and that will be two very leading universities. So it's a very exciting for all of us, and I can't wait for the rest of the
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
I request students to come inside and occupy their seats. Students, please come inside and occupy your seats. Students, please come inside and occupy your seats. Students, please occupy your seats fast. We are running late. Students, please occupy your seats fast. We are running late. I request everybody to take their seats. May I request everybody to settle down, please? I request all of you to turn off your mobile or put it on silent mode. And please settle down. Please settle down. Thank you. Now we begin with the session. I request Professor Surya Mahadevan to take over.
Good morning, everyone. May I request everyone to settle down and be seated. Welcome back. The stage is set for a very interesting dialogue. I'm going to be inviting Mr. Manoj Gupta onto the dais and also Mr. Shirish Joshi onto the dais. So these two gentlemen are from the ONDC business context, business background. So while they take their seats, let me quickly introduce Manoj Gupta. He is the founder and CEO of Plosh.ai, which is India's largest ONDC rails infrastructure company. Prior to Plosh, Manoj co-founded Craftsvilla, which was India's largest online marketplace for ethnic products. I think Manoj is something like a serial entrepreneur. Before that, he played leadership role in venture funds, investing in e-commerce. Mr. Manoj Gupta is an alumnus of IIT Bombay and IIM Ahmedabad, University of California, San Diego, and University of Illinois. Now it is my turn to introduce Mr. Shirish Joshi, who is further to the left. He is the Chief Business Officer and President, Network Expansion for ONDC. So who better than Shirish Joshi to share his insights on what revolution ONDC is going to bring up. He is responsible for expanding the network in terms of participants and domains. Before his current role, Shirish Joshi has he has played leadership roles in organizations like P&G, PepsiCo, Airtel, Godrej, and across different geography. and he has worked across India, China, and South Asia. He is an alumnus of IIT Kanpur and IIM Bangalore. So now the stage is set, and I would request them to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I was noticing a very strange turn of events. I remember when I was a student, we would be in jeans and casuals in the auditorium, and people on stage were in suits. Now life seems to have turned the other way around. Let me first explain how to understand ONDC before I go and talk about it, because ONDC is the first experiment or project of its kind anywhere in the world. All e-commerce as we know it today, anywhere, India or any other country, is a platform e-commerce. By that we mean a single entity where the buyers, sellers, all components of what makes that work are part of a single organization. That's how e-commerce works across the world, including in India. ONDC is the first attempt to make this different and do it in a network fashion. And I will explain in the next few minutes exactly what that is. Also, it's a capability, it's not a product. So think of ONDC like electricity. So you don't directly use electricity, you use an appliance that uses electricity. And so eventually the capability ONDC is creating will be used by businesses to do their business. So ONDC by itself will enable many kinds of things in much the same way electricity does. And so for you to understand, you have to think of a business situation and then think of how the ONDC capability enables that business, and only then you will truly understand what ONDC is. So with that, do I have to bring it up myself? I think. Yeah, can you just... So the birth of ONDC was 3.5 years ago in concept, when the country was going into lockdown for the first time. And when you lock down 1 billion people, it automatically begged the question, how will people access their food? How will they access their medicine if you can't physically walk into a shop and buy? Because at that time, e-commerce penetration was only 2%. And so that was the question to which ONDC has eventually become an answer. Now, even after the impetus that 3 years of lockdown and post-lockdown behavior have given, e-commerce penetration has tripled, but it's tripled to just 6%. So it's really not a very large penetration even today. And most of that 6-7% is in urban centers. So people like you and me might be doing a lot of online ordering, but when we look at it from an India perspective, the contribution of anything outside the big urban centers is very, very minimal. So e-commerce from an India perspective is an extremely niche activity. Now, what needed solving? It feels like e-commerce is very, very convenient, and all of us like it and think of it as convenient. But actually, if you look at it from a seller perspective, it's a very difficult situation. So first, depending on which category of seller you're present, the only reason you want to come online is because you want access to a very large buyer pool. You want millions and millions of customers, or even billions of customers. But let's say if you're a restaurant, you really have only a couple of applications on which you can be present. If you're a taxi driver, you really have only a couple of applications on which you can be present if you want scale. If you make something for the home, again, only a couple of options. So your options as a seller are actually very, very limited. These options come with restrictions as part of the business rules. So how much time do you have to wait to get your money? Now, I do not know how much you know about taxi drivers and auto rickshaw drivers, but nobody fills up their tank and then goes through multiple days of rides. They will do a few rides, earn some money, fill more petrol in the tank, and continue. Now, if you have to wait for a week or even till the end of the day to get your money, how will you operate? And so waiting for the money that is due to you is a constraint. Commission that you have to pay becomes another constraint, because the economic margin structure of commerce was never built to accommodate very strong double-digit contribution to a third party. And so when you start going into 18, 20, 30, 40% contribution, systems weren't built to enable that. And so that becomes very difficult. Costs of doing business. Platforms want a great experience for their customers. They will say anything can be returned. But when anything is returned, who pays for that return delivery? The seller. So there are costs of business have been introduced that are very, very difficult for sellers to participate. And so that's become a constraint. And then if you say, I will not do e-commerce through the marketplaces, I'll build my own website, then how do you get traffic? And so discoverability becomes a challenge. So e-commerce, while seemingly very convenient, is actually very, very difficult from a retail standpoint. And especially when you look at the several million medium, small, micro enterprises or informal enterprises like artisans, handicraft makers, and farmers, it becomes very difficult to participate. So what ONDC has done is actually two very simple things, but to understand that feels very complicated. And that's because e-commerce has never operated this way. So in order to change this platform monolithic way of operation, ONDC is now enabling a commerce that has two features. One is it is unbundled, the second it is interoperable. Unbundling is something we are actually familiar with in many other walks of our life. And so you may be familiar with the entire BPO industry in this country. Now, what is BPO? But a company saying these work processes can actually be given to somebody outside the company, and they are better run. They're also more cost efficiently run, which is why it has become an industry of its own. So they've unbundled those services and given it outside. And life works, right? So if you're an employee and your payroll has been outsourced to a BPO and you have a bank where you get your money, although four parties are involved, you, your employer, the bank, and the BPO, it's not a complicated system. And if there is any problem, you know how to solve it. So unbundling is how life works. We want the best people to do the best components rather than try to get one person to do everything. For example, when this auditorium was built, many kinds of resources would have come into place. Somebody who would have done the visual design, somebody who would have done the furniture work, somebody who would have done the electricals and conferencing stuff, and somebody who would have done the civil works, right? And if a mason tries to do the electrical work, you know what's going to happen. So the world works getting the best person for the best job and operating at scale. In the current platform system, that's actually not true because one party does everything and you have to live with whatever they've been able to do. Unbundling allows you the opportunity to combine. To combine, you need interoperability because for two parties to work, they need the common language. So the two introductions that ONDC is doing is the unbundling and interoperability of commerce. Interoperability requires a communication method that I mentioned or a protocol. We are used to protocol except we don't think of it, right? So when we do emails every day, we are actually participating in one protocol, the email protocol. An email protocol is very strict. So each email ID must be something, @ something, .something. If you don't follow that protocol, the email is invalid. But once you're following the protocol and there are other components of it which the software you use follows, then anybody can send email to anyone. So when you ask for somebody's email ID, you don't ask, oh, and which application are you on? Because then I will have to use that. You don't actually worry about it. So which platform a party uses becomes irrelevant if everybody follows the same protocol. When somebody gives you the telephone number to call, do you ask, are you on Vodafone or Idea because I have to figure that out when I call? No, you don't. You don't need that information, right? And so the ability to contact anyone from anywhere becomes very easy when you're part of a network. It's only when you're on a platform you need to know, are you registered on this particular platform or not. So what ONDC has done has built that protocol, that communication method for commerce. Commerce has its own steps, right? You search for a product, you have to send a search request, somebody has to respond to that. When you confirm it, then additional confirmation steps have to take place. After you've made the payment, tracking information has to flow. So there's certain information exchange that has to happen. So what ONDC has built is that protocol for commercial exchange. So now any entity, any software, any application that follows that protocol can talk to any other entity that follows that protocol. You are seeing that in UPI. You can have any payment application as long as the other party also has an UPI application. It does not have to be same as yours. They don't have to have a bank account in the same bank where you have an account. You can simply pay the money simply by entering their 10-digit mobile number or scanning a QR code. It's that simple. So the ability for a facility to reach is widespread, and that's where now you see QR codes on the side of highways, on vegetable vendors, on thelawalas, on handcarts, everywhere, because it's that easy. So the goal of ONDC for e-commerce is exactly that. It should be so easy that everyone can participate. How do we make it happen? So any e-commerce platform, if you look at their activities, they largely fall into three broad groups. There is the buyer-facing activity, where buyers, shoppers like you and me, are searching, adding to cart, making payments. Those are the buyer-facing activities. Sellers from whom we buy on those platforms have a different interface. That's where they're uploading their catalog, updating their inventory. When you place an order, they're accepting that order. If you make a change, a cancellation, they're managing that. So that's the interface that the seller is doing. So that's the second area. The third area is, if it's a physical product that is being bought, then the shipment and delivery system to pick it up from the buyer's location and deliver it to the seller's location. So all e-commerce is made up of largely these three parts. When you go to another platform in the same sector, you will see similar activities, and each of them internally are connected with technology. So when you search, the software is actually scanning all the catalogs that are registered, identifying the relevant ones, and presenting to you a list, including with software tools to filter, sort, etc. Now, each platform has their own software, their own protocol, and that's why these platforms don't talk to each other. So as a buyer on one, you can't buy from a seller on another. And importantly, from a buyer on one sector platform, you can't buy products or services of another sector. So you now have multiple applications, something to buy household goods, something to buy flight tickets, something else to book taxi on, something else to order food, something else to buy medicine. So now each of us have multiple applications through we buy multiple things. And sellers are similarly registered on multiple applications. The change that happens is when you bring in the unbundled interoperability, is now different entities can do different parts. So a buyer application just has to do the buyer side activities. A seller application just has to do the seller side activities. Delivery service provider just has to enable delivery service providers. They are still connected by technology, but two important differences now. Different services done by different parts, and the technology is common, free, and a public good created by ONDC. So now what you do end up with is a network where different buyers are present on different buyer applications, different sellers are present on different seller applications, logistics providers on different logistics applications, everyone connected to each other through a common protocol. So now as a buyer on any application, you can buy from any seller and order delivery from any delivery provider. Now this has important material changes, and that's where the difference starts to show. So let's talk on the buyer side. Any business, any organization that has a user base, including this institute, can become a buyer application. All you need is a software that is ONDC compatible. So who's a buyer application on our network today? Two payment companies, Paytm and PhonePe, have built buyer applications. Two banks are buyer applications, Kotak and IDFC. Very soon a telecom player is going to become buyer application. Each of them has a customer base for some other service, not for e-commerce, but by having a software that is ONDC compatible, those buyers can now buy anything from the network. Similarly, we have other parties that do work with sellers. So people who build point of sale software. So when you go into a shop, there's a computer and they check out an invoice. Now that system, that software knows the catalog of the store, knows the inventory of the store, knows the price list. That's why it can print out an invoice for you. When that software becomes ONDC compatible, that shop becomes visible to the network. So now as a buyer on a telecom application, you can buy from a seller on a software application seamlessly. Similarly for logistics providers. So you get a network where all the components are present. Buyers are present, sellers are present, logistics providers are present, all connected to each other. And so you can begin the journey from anywhere, connect with anyone, and able to complete your commerce. This is the conceptual model. This is the reality. Today we have 12 buyer applications, collectively having made active more than 100 million buyers. And as they make their own user base available, as the telecom player who has a 450 million user base comes on board, very soon we'll have a buyer pool coming close to 1 billion. None of the e-commerce applications that have spent billions of money are anywhere close to that number. So this is not a small play, this is actually a population scale play. Similarly on the seller side, different seller applications are bringing different sellers. You will see some brand names there. U-Shop is Unilever's own shop. ITC Store is ITC's own store. P&G is live on the network. Ferns and Petals is live on the network. Blue Star is live on the network. So individual brands are coming, aggregators are coming. So Snapdeal is live and they've brought their pool of fashion retailers onto the network. It does not matter what the nature of your current business is. It does not matter whether you're a brand or an aggregator or a reseller or a retailer. Anybody can now become part of the network. So now as a buyer on any buyer application, you can buy from a seller on any seller application. We see components of what ONDC has done in other walks of a life. Right? So if you're planning a holiday, you go to a travel agent. What does a travel agent do? Pulls in a hotel, a flight service, a guide that you might use, tickets to a particular destination, combines it all and brings it to you. They are not the creators of that service. They're only your shopping window and being able to do it. Now, that travel agent can only do it with the parties they know. This is now effectively a universal travel shopping agent where a person can get you access to any kind of product or service anywhere on the network. The pool of participants is growing and therefore what will become available is growing. Some are known names, some are international names. You'll see very few e-commerce companies, so that itself shows that to be part of e-commerce, you don't have to be an existing e-commerce player. Anybody can literally become a part of e-commerce. Many categories are live and that pool is growing. So we have food, we have grocery, we have home and kitchen, we have electronics, we have agriculture. A lot of these categories are live. In B2C, B2B has also begun. So we have grocery and fashion live where retailers are buying from distributors. We are enabling financial services very soon. So insurance, loan, mutual funds will also be possible to buy. We've already had our first international transfer. So this is no longer domestic anymore. A B2B order got placed. A cafe in Singapore on a Singapore ONDC application placed an order for a tea consignment on an Indian seller. So this is now no longer confined to borders of the country. So many kinds of sellers are live. Kanjivaram silk. Where would you buy Kanjivaram silk today? You will have to hunt in Bangalore city. Okay, maybe you go to a Nalli's, maybe 3 or 4 stores. What if you could buy directly from the weavers? 8 of those weavers are live on our network. People who specialize in making low carbon footprint food. So restaurants who only source local ingredients, and actually local ingredients are not just about carbon footprint. Each ingredient, and chefs will tell you this, the best ingredients make the best food. And every region, because of its atmosphere, because of its soil, has a specialty. And so the food with the same recipe made in a local area is very different from the same food with the same recipe made elsewhere, right? So having access to that. Brands have been created on a philosophy, no cruelty cosmetics. So these brands with their own philosophy and their own sourcing of materials are live on a network. Traditional products are live on a network. I don't know how many of you have eaten food in plates and cups made out of leaves. Now that's available. You can buy that sitting here in Bangalore. And that's benefiting resources. So Namayatri, the auto rickshaw application in Bangalore city, you can book an auto rickshaw and do a ride. The drivers of that now are reporting benefits way beyond what we had expected. So they're having a multiplication in their earnings, and now they do not want to go back to the erstwhile applications they were part of. The silk weavers that I mentioned are doing lakhs of rupees of business. Self-help groups. So Kudumbashri is a self-help group in Kerala. They make a lot of value-added foods. They've got now crossed 1,000 orders as being present from across the country. Earlier, they were only able to sell in their part of Kerala in their earlier life. Now, because of this, they're getting orders from Hyderabad, Kolkata, Lucknow, and other places. So the entire country is open up. And soon, the entire world will open up because even exports are getting possible. So what does it take for a company? Simply plug into the network. You do what you are good at. The other facilities and resources will come from other providers on the network. And electronically, the right combination will get created and the e-commerce solution will get created. And so you do not need to set up all the other businesses. You do not need to negotiate one-on-one. Right? Today, if you were to negotiate a service, it's based on your scale. But think of the post office. The post office rates are not based on the number of letters you are sending. You are getting a rate that is based on all the millions of letters all the people in the country send. That's a scale rate you are getting as a subscale participant. That's what happens on a network. That every service you will get not on your scale of business, but on the network scale. So you are able to participate in a much more economically affordable fashion. You have no cost of acquisition. There are millions of shoppers who are present. When they look for a product, you are visible. You don't have to pay to be seen. And so the opportunity now for doing an affordable e-commerce grows manifold. You get to participate across categories, across sectors, across geographies in a very easy fashion. So that's really it for an introduction. And with that, now let me bring on Manoj. Manoj is a participant on the network. He's come on board as his own business application. He's also providing technical services to many organizations. And Manoj, given now what ONDC exists, I want you to take the audience through on what therefore now becomes possible, and including specific examples of what was not possible before when an open network and a protocol didn't exist, when a party had to do everything themselves. Over to you.
Thanks, Suresh. Very informative. Whenever I hear about ONDC, I get so excited. It is such an amazing innovation which is happening in India. There are a lot of myths about ONDC, and students. 20 years back I was at IIT Bombay, right? We used to find a lot of things we could do in India, and we couldn't find that. For you as students, I think ONDC is a great opportunity to look at. It's a great opportunity for you to look at from an innovation point of view, from a technology point of view, from a business model point of view. Because what ONDC is enabling us to do is what we couldn't do before, right? So a lot of things let me take a quiz. I know you guys don't like surprise quizzes. Since you heard Suresh, just take, because there are a lot of myths, and I just want to ensure that you have understood what ONDC is. First of all, how many of you knew about ONDC before you came into this room? Okay, this is pretty good actually. It's very, very good. ONDC is a network or a platform? Network, right? So that's something that you have to take it back, that ONDC is a network and not a platform, because that's a lot of things flow from that. There's a lot of understanding flows from that, right? And ONDC is an Indian innovation or a Western innovation? It's the easier one, but I want to state that also, when you go out of the room, that this is an Indian innovation. It's not been done anywhere in the world. And as implementers of ONDC, we feel very, very proud that we are building something, which is Indian innovation and happening at scale. This kind of things. 20 years back, when we were, as our IIT Bombay, we did not get that opportunity, right? So, so one of the things I want to hail out is basically, please, as students, look at ONDC in a deeper way. What kind of, even if you're looking at employment, if you're looking for building something, look at it. The few things that I wanted to point out. So let me introduce myself, formally. I am founder and CEO of Plosh.ai. Before Plotch, I started, Craftsula.com. Craftsula.com is a marketplace site. So we have been doing e-commerce for, more than a decade now. It is sort of runs in our DNA. When ONDC came along, like 2 years when we heard about it, we realized it's amazing. Fundamentally, if you look at, e-commerce, has two challenges that at least we saw, right? One was a marketing challenge, another was a logistics challenge. Right? The marketing cost would be at least 15 to 20% of what we were doing. Right? And logistics cost would be like 10 to 12%. Whatever we could do, we couldn't bring that down to below 30%. It is just not possible. What ONDC has done, and very beautifully, is that it has broken that B2C into two parts, B part and C part, right? So suddenly your complexities are going down, right? Suddenly your marketing efficiencies are going down because, let's say, she gave an example, like potentially a large telco might come, right? Now a large telco already has customers. The customer acquisition cost, which is the marginal customer acquisition cost, is going to be minimal for them. So what we are seeing as 15-20% is suddenly, coming down as like 2 or 5%, right? And the logistics cost, logistics cost is, if you look at, the fulfillment is primarily, what is being driven in ONDC is that there should be local fulfillment. Right? Your Kirana store, your local grocery store, your local retail store, your fashion store, your local seller should be able to sell online locally, right? So which means the logistics cost itself can be crunched, it can go down, and there can be a lot of other innovations which can be put on top of logistics, like, batching of the order and all those things, which is possible in network and not in a platform, right? So all those possibilities are now making, what is helping is that the e-commerce, which you might see as a burning business, can actually become profitable. This is a big thing which, as someone who has run a large marketplace platform with millions of customers, is joy. It's like something, a recipe change. It's completely a recipe change here, right? And that is the beautiful thing which is happening on ONDC, on top of a lot of other things, right? Now, ONDC also, it is not just a network, right? It is a network of networks now. There's a fintech network, there's an e-commerce network, there's a mobility network, there's a logistics network, and there's future, education, jobs, that network is coming, right? Now, what are the future possibilities, right? The future possibilities that one network is talking to another network, right? So previously, let's say you got a large B2B order, right? You got a large B2B order. Now you have to solve for two things. Primarily, which is not in your control, one is logistics. Another thing is your working capital. Right? As a large B2B order, you need to ensure that you can get working capital quickly, so from a bank or from an NBFC, right? And also that you should be able to deliver the product, in a cheapest way. ONDC solves these three things. One is you're getting an order, logistics and lending. All three seamlessly happening in just ONDC. You don't have to go out, right? So if you got a large B2B order, your seller, as a seller, you got the order, you go into logistics network and you buy logistics. You go into fintech network, your financial services network, and get lending. You need transit insurance for your products, for your goods. You go to fintech network again and get insurance, right? All these things for a seller is just happening seamlessly through a single platform, which previously was not possible, right? So this whole unbundling and interoperability put together with a network, interplay of networks is a very interesting concept, which just makes me very exciting. And as implementers, see, what we do is we implement ONDC protocol. ONDC defines a protocol, we come and implement that protocol. So for us, basically, it is, sort of something that is very interesting from an implementation point of view, that we can actually create an interplay of networks through software. And make things possible which previously was not possible, right? This is something, for example, if you look at what ONDC is, opening up, not only, you have retail now, you have logistics, and mobility and fintech. The services are coming in future. This is my prediction. But what I think it's possible is that the clean energy, the whole, circular economy, the whole. We're talking about, taking ONDC outside of India. The export is, of course, one pilot that has been done, and it is there. But taking ONDC to Europe and US and all those things, which is again creating a lot of possibilities for not only for us, but for all of you, right? That you can actually look at it as a global phenomenon, not just as an Indian phenomenon, right? And take it global, right? So those are the things I wanted to share. I have a slide that I think pretty much Sirish has covered most of the points. I don't want to cover them again, but these are the things that I wanted to highlight, beyond what Sirish told us.
So with that, we are happy to take questions. In what way can this network now help businesses? In what way can new solutions get created? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think the mic is working.
Yeah, you're all aware that the large e-commerce portals like the Amazon and the Flipkarts, they're actually burning VC money to create traction, to create a certain scale. And so they're really creating the demand for consumers to go onto that platform and then buy the products. So in that particular context, who is going to be promoting ONDC? So you have fragmented buyers on one side, you have innumerable sellers on the other side, but who is going to do the marketing play in the ONDC context?
So two parts to that answer. Who's marketing UPI in the individual apps? Because in the end, the customer is owned by the individual app, not by UPI as a system. Who markets the SWIFT payment system internationally? They don't need to, right? When you need to make an international payment, you go to your bank and they will do a SWIFT transfer for you. So the network does not need to be promoted in the way a product or an application needs to get promoted. What will get promoted though are use cases. And so each application, as they enable a particular use case, they will promote that. So today, a payment application called Paytm is able to create food ordering and electronics products and handicrafts that they can buy. That's what they are promoting. So on the payment, on the Paytm application, you will see that. Ola has joined our network and now has started allowing food ordering on the Ola taxi buying application. Any one of you who has an Ola app, open it now. You will see it on the homepage. Right next to your taxi and rentals, there is a button called ONDC Food. Click on it and you can order your lunch for today. So that is what is taking place. So these networks are becoming a part of it in this fashion. And so there's an opportunity now for them to actually get into more businesses, scale up, address many of the questions that they're not able to as an independent entity, and benefit from the network.
Okay, yeah, I get that. So you're having multiple sellers who are actually promoting ONDC through their own app, and that is how the discoverability is being enabled. But do you think there is also a need for some kind of a centralized play in terms of creating awareness, creating traction in the initial stages? I'm sure once it gains momentum, it will find its own level. But initially, when people are not aware, is there not a need for creating awareness?
There is some, and we are learning our way. So we are not a business, we are a not-for-profit organization, so we have to be mindful of that status as we undertake activities, and also this, where and how we do it. So we do believe that it is better done as part of the services that are being offered, and as people start using it and its presence becomes widely visible, It's actually not been a hindrance. We opened up to the public actually in Bangalore in September last year as the first city where we opened. Today we are clocking almost 2 lakh orders a day. That's 6 million orders a month, from nothing to 6 million and across multiple categories. That did not require a broad-scale mass media campaign to explain what ONDC is, because in the end, consumers don't care about the network as much. Right? They care about what they get to buy. And so if you can get to buy a food order, and in fact that comparison became fairly viral a few months ago, where buying that item from that same restaurant through an ONDC application was far more economical than buying it through the large food platforms. And so it got talked about a lot. That's what people care about. They don't care about the software behind it and what's the protocol behind it. But eventually what will happen is, and because the ONDC name is present, think about any place where the service provider and the network provider are different. Take credit cards, for example. So you'll see an HDFC Visa, you'll see a Citibank Visa, you will see an Axis Bank Visa, you'll see an ICICI Visa. So now you know the service provider to use the bank, but the network is Visa, and wherever you see the Visa name, you know this card is applicable. So in a similar fashion, you will know that wherever you see the ONDC name, you know you're part of the network, and anything that's available on ONDC is now available to you. And so with time, organically itself, it will grow. Now we have people who have placed those 6 million orders every month, knowing what ONDC is, and they will enable more people. So spending ahead of curve will probably not be the most optimal. What we're doing is we're creating communication units that people can share. And so whoever has a need to know and get asked can either pull it from our website or can get shared on. So we're being cautious on spending too much there. Our efforts on spending are actually going on bringing parties to the network, not so much on education.
Just one more question before I give others an opportunity. As you were explaining, I was wondering, on the one hand, you have Big Basket, which is like a aggregated grocer online. And then on the other hand, you have the neighborhood retail stores. So your platform is enabling these small neighborhood retail stores.
And Big Basket. So both will be there. Yeah.
So I just can't wrap around what kind of a competition is at play now, because Big Basket is going to be sourcing from the manufacturers. Because of the scale, they're going to be sourcing at an attractive price. And if they're going to be setting a price benchmark in the marketplace, how will the neighborhood retailer on your ONDC platform, will they be able to compete with Big Basket?
They already are. And so we have now mobile phone retailers available on the network, including in Mumbai. Some of you might know Sangeeta Mobile, Lotus Mobile, they're live on our network. Now when you buy a mobile phone, you can get within 2 hours. No e-commerce platform today can compete with that level of delivery. Your neighborhood store is your neighborhood store. That means 2 things. One is the proximity and therefore the speed with which they can support the delivery. Importantly, you might even know them. And so your trusting of a seller is in a different place. Today on e-commerce marketplaces, you don't know the seller. So you're dependent on network tools like a rating and comments, etc. to depend, and then you're taking a chance. But not always even that becomes reliable, right? Because everything is rating everything from 1 to 5. So now will I be a 5 experience or a 1 experience when I buy from the seller? I don't know till I actually buy. But when I buy from my neighborhood, I know those stores. And so my comfort in buying from there is higher. My ability to buy is higher. Comfort for the seller is also that much higher. And so those are not available in the existing systems. And so we expect that to become also a play, an important factor of what the value proposition on the network is and how it is able to grow.
Do the retailers need to pay any margin to you to get enlisted in the enlisted as a seller on your network?
So the way it's working is that the seller application is where their catalog is hosted. The seller applications have their own commercial terms. If I take the internet example, it's like saying I have content that I want to make into a website. I have to find a website host to which I can choose anybody. Right? I can do it on Wix, I can do it on WordPress, I can do it anywhere. And so I will, because of that nature, this is a very competitive place. There will be many offerings, and they're at a very competitive rate. And I can choose to switch between them. Or if I want a mobile phone, I can go to any telephone operator. And just because a telephone operator has 400, 500 million customers, that does not give them any scale benefit of saying, oh, I'm going to raise my rate by 5 paisa. You raise it by 5 paisa, they will leave you and join somebody else. So in an open network, the benefit of scale become available to everyone. So the sellers will pay some fee depending on what the nature is. It may be a subscription fee, it may be a per transaction percentage fee, depending on the terms and conditions. ONDC itself is currently free, but we envisage, because in the end we have to be self-sustainable. So much like the internet, where if you take a URL, you pay, I don't know what the current rate is, maybe $40, $50 a year. So there'll be a registry maintenance fee that you will pay for remaining on the network, but that will be a very small fraction of the cost of doing business.
Okay, just a supplementary question there. So that is not going to be anything comparable to what you have to pay to an Amazon or Flipkart to get enlisted
No, it
in
will not.
their network.
No, it will
So
not.
that's going to be the real attraction as far as the sellers are concerned, because they don't have to pay very high margins simply to get enlisted in the
Correct. And
network.
the current e-commerce marketplace systems, while very large and at scale, are actually not profitable because the cost of putting it all together and the opportunity in the commercial structure. So in the end, consumers were used to pre-digital commerce, a certain price for a certain goods or services. There wasn't enough margin in that P&L to fork out 20 to 40% and just give it to a third party for simply connecting. Therefore, that's not sustainable. Now, currently, as you rightly said, is being propped up by pulling in from investment funds to be able to hold that up, but that can't stand forever. But if instead you connect the buyers and sellers through a different method, where buyers can still access all those goods and services, and there is no acquisition cost because now everyone is connected to each other. There is no platform cost because that's been made available at low cost. So when you've taken costs out of the system, you are actually digitizing the existing profitable way of doing commerce, rather than creating a monolithic commerce and then now saying, now how do I make this more reasonable? And so that's where we think the value equation will change between the existing marketplace platform way of doing commerce versus the new network way of doing commerce.
Okay, I mean, I have a lot more questions, but I think we will give others an opportunity.
Yeah, there's a question on the third row here. Is there a microphone that can get there? Yeah.
Hello. Hi Sirish, I'm Vikas. I'm an outgoing PhD student from IIM Bangalore. So my question was, you kind of drew a parallel with, UPI. So I know that UPI is, governed by, this central UPI switch is owned by NPCI, which is governed by a consortium of banks. So is there similarly something at ONDC, some kind of governance structure that ensures neutrality and integrity of ONDC as an anchor firm in the network?
So there is no switch because there's no need for a switch. We are more like a telecom network in that sense. So when you call, let's say, from a Vodafone to an Airtel number or Airtel to a Jio number, there's no central one single party switch that will enable all connections to everyone. It's now open, and in fact, it's international across all players. So we are that amorphous network where you don't actually need a switch for that connection. Now, governance, we have, first of all, the primary governance is actually laws of the country. Right? So what are the laws, say, for consumer protection? Those still remain. What are data protection laws in the country? Those still remain. So we are not adding laws. In fact, we're not a lawmaking body. We're not even a regulatory body. But we do have certain practices that we've enabled that, okay, if you're being part of this network, following are the steps that you have to follow. Much like traffic rules. If you want to use the road, then you have to drive on the left, stop at traffic signals. That's it. It's not a very complicated task. And as long as you do that, everyone has a comfortable participation. What we're also doing is, because it's not possible for a 100-member organization to solve for all products and services for a country the size of India, let alone the rest of the world. And so we have sector champions. We have organizations from the sector. So if you're doing, let's say, for the fashion industry, we have fashion companies who we speak with. When we built the reconciliation framework, or money settlement between buyer and seller applications, we had a consortium of banks and fintechs who advised us as to what it needs to be, because they know the payment system, they know the RBI regulations. So we draw upon the sector's knowledge and experience to build components and enable that. That's really the governance system. The inability of us to have all knowledge and all skills automatically becomes a governance system, because we invite the participation from the industry and from the sectors to help build that.
So we can take a couple of more questions, okay?
Sir, I have a question. Will the development of ONDC create laws for middlemen companies like Amazon, where they use middle people? Will it create losses if ONDC is actually developed?
Okay. So first understand what the creation purpose is, right? You're a country with 2% e-commerce penetration, which now stands at 6%. Our goal is, can it be 100%? Can everybody digitally buy? So when we're looking at that remaining 94%, it's none of these players are present, right? They're part of the 6%. So our design and our approach has been to how to solve for that 94, not for the 6. Now, I do appreciate some of the challenges whoever is part of that 6% face when ONDC comes along. One of them being the the margins and the commissions that are present. Now, for them, it's a business decision. I can't answer for them, and you should bring them here and put this question to them. But there's an opportunity to go from 6 to 94% more. There's a 16-fold increase in market size. You're currently in a construct which is not making money. You have an opportunity to expand revenue streams. Like, we should put that question to Ola, why did you start enabling food? For what did it cost them? The cost of a few engineers for a few days and whatever it cost to make those lines of code. Now they have a food sector open on their application. So you have an opportunity to open more revenue streams. You have an opportunity to make your existing revenue streams more efficient. And who knows, they might discover that, oh, I don't need my PE funds and offer discounts and do all those activities and make losses. I can now become profitable with my existing business very quickly, and I can get into more businesses. So there's a very strong value proposition for them to grow by participating here. They've obviously grown up in a very different mindset and environment of dominating a particular sector by becoming big, and they've done good things. They've done a lot of consumer practice. As consumers, we are happy they did that. Right? So it's not that what they've done is essentially wrong, but that was an economic structure that was necessitated because the only way e-commerce could happen was for one private enterprise to bring it all together. Now that an open network is present, the rules have changed, which actually present an opportunity. Right? So just the fact that you can't charge the commission you could is not the only factor. There are many other factors. And so if you take into account all of that, the opportunity for the market growth, and indeed for what may come in the future, we can't foresee that. So when the internet first came, we couldn't picture cloud computing. Cloud computing became possible because now internet is everywhere and data costs are cheap. But 25 years ago, nobody was thinking that. So as one version of digital commerce comes into play, new versions will become evident and people will build those. This is actually a never-ending innovation journey. And so becoming part of it is a huge opportunity for everyone, big and small. And so my answer to them, through you now today, is make the most of it and join early.
So we should look at it as an opportunity. Yeah.
Okay, we are really running short of time, so one more question and then we'll move on.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ranveer, and my question is to Mr. Shiv Doshi. My question is, how does the implementation of ONDC in the business, in the Indian business sector, will impact the digital e-commerce platform? Because it is affecting the monopoly in the system by market consolidation and all. So how does it impact the Indian economy?
I think that was the question I just answered, which is how should
But
we
it also, since it is an open network, you're opening the network for every single player in the marketplace.
Yes.
So it's kind of, the data privacy is gone, and it can, serious breaches can be done.
I see. So has the UPI caused data privacy breach? Because now everybody has UPI.
No, there are still exceptions.
Right?
Yeah.
So the fact that, or the internet being present, so do you have data privacy breach because everybody uses the internet? You don't. So the availability of a digital tool is not an automatic translation for data breach. Second, data is not freely available. Right? So just because it's a network, it's not freely available. The buyer data rests only with the buyer application. The seller data only rests with the seller application. Only when there's a confirmed transaction will the buyer information travel to the seller side, because an invoice has to be created and the goods have to be shipped to the buyer's address. Other than that, a seller will not even know whether the buyer eventually bought it or not, if it was not bought from them. So first of all, data is compartmentalized. Second, every entity, as a legal entity in this country, has to obey laws of the land, including data protection laws. And therefore, they have to institute systems, and they are criminally liable if the data that they hold gets misused in any fashion. So if you believe that the data protection laws in this country are good and sufficient, then they are good and sufficient for ONDC as well.
Okay, I think both of them are available and we can possibly engage with them during lunch. So thanks a lot, Shirish and Manoj, for such a lucid and engaging presentation of what is a very exciting concept. I'm just going to request the MC to come and do the honors. Just a minute.
Let me just give you, for all of you who have pending questions, a mechanism. So our website is ondc.org. Every Tuesday we do a public briefing, a much longer version of what I did today. All of you are welcome to be part of it. We do half an hour of briefing, half an hour of Q&A. You have an opportunity to ask your questions, or reach us through LinkedIn or through our website, and we will respond. So it doesn't end here. Whatever questions you have, we will eventually answer. Or you can call me back again for a second session. That's also possible.
Thank you.
Now I request our Pro VC to hand over the memento to our guests. Now I request Professor Sabu also to join him. Panel discussion. I request Professor Naveen Krishnan to take over.
Good afternoon to one and all here. One of the toughest sessions is the session that is just before the lunch. People are eagerly waiting for going for the lunch, but we are holding people. But however, I can just promise that the session is going to be really an exciting session. It is on use case of generative artificial intelligence. We have an excellent team of experts with us today who is going to discuss on this. It's going to be on a panel discussion. And I would call each panelist one by one onto the stage. First, I would like to call Mr. Krishna Mohan, who is going to be the moderator of the session. Can you please request you to come on stage? A brief introduction of Mr. Krishna Mohan. He has got over 25 years of experience in building and leading technology teams in the US and India of companies ranging from as small as 35 to 200 plus in size. He has driven customer-centric approach by marrying design thinking, a course which I teach for students and I keep trying hard telling them it's a very important course. Okay, so he has using design thinking and data analytics, which together helps build product that serves the user better. Currently, he is working as Director of Software Engineering at Cleverian. Previously, Krishna was working for Thomson Reuters and legal technologies and lead receiver on science and technology projects. He has done his MBA and engineering management degree from University of Cincinnati. The next on stage is Mr. Abhimanyu Mukherjee. Can I request you to please? He is a seasoned professional with close to 20 years of experience in building strategy in go-to-market strategies across consumers He has experience across global retail, direct-to-customer, e-commerce, digital initiatives, and supply chain. In his role as Vice President and Head Board, he works extensively with mid-market and enterprise business to reimagine and enable their marketing technology through artificial intelligence powered full-stack omni-channel platform. He is passionate about application generative artificial intelligence in consumer marketing retention, customer lifetime value, and monetization. graduate of senior management. The next speaker is going to be Dr. He's Vice President, Data Labs, HDFC Life from Bengaluru. Anand, he has 22 years of experience in the industry in the information technology and data sciences, especially artificial intelligence and machine learning domain. He is skilled in digital transformation, make use of digital technology, again, artificial intelligence and data analytics to radically improve business processes, operational efficiency, customer experiences. He has developed and implemented several artificial intelligence products for telecom, retail, finance, and healthcare industry. Currently, he is working as Vice President and heading the artificial intelligence team at HDFC. Here, he is building digital platform and ecosystem to simplify the user journey in all stages. Thanks for joining us. The next panelist will be Mr. Raju. He's of course not a new person for interacted with us. A brief biodata of him. He has served as the former managing director of Barco Electronics Private Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Barco Belgium, with over 3 decades of extensive leadership experience. Mr. Rajiv has been driving the expansion of Barco in India, and during this tenure, Barco has consistently achieved double-digit growth, and also it has also earned the prestigious Great Place to Work designation for 3 consecutive years. Mr. Rajiv holds a bachelor's degree in electronics from Mumbai University. He is an MBA in marketing from International Management Institute, New Delhi. And Mr. Rajiv holds key leadership role with global technology giants such as Intel, NEC, Microsoft, Thomson Consumer Electronics. His expertise extends in building comprehensive capability across both B2B, B2C, and he has led transformative growth across diverse culture and business sector. He is also a certified independent director. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. The next speaker is going to be Dr. Swati Jain. Can I request you please to join us on the stage? She is Vice President, EXL Analytics. Dr. Swati has 2 decades of analytics and consulting experience and is currently the Vice President, number 2 at EXL Analytics, where she is responsible for leading India business and select global accounts in banking and retail domain. She has been instrumental in development of innovative artificial intelligence solution, propagating of new business models and democratization of artificial intelligence in client organization. Earlier, she had worked with Cognizance, Pipal Research, CRISIL, and Ernst & Young. Dr. Swati has been a speaker and thought leader at various national and international forums, including TICON, NASSCOM, Economics Time, various IAMs, ISB, and other associations. She has been named as the top 10 artificial intelligence leader in India by Analytics Vidya, and was featured among 21 prominent women in artificial intelligence by NASSCOM and India AI, the National Artificial Intelligence Portal of India. Welcome to the... The next speaker is going to be Mr. Amit Nahata. Can I request you to please... He is the head director of content in EdTech Tata Digital. Plus, he's an TAPME alumni. So that's an added thing about Mr. Amit Nahata. Mr. Amit has an experience over 15 years and lead the development of creating successful new products and the expansion of older products across the spectrum of program category at Tata New Skills, which is part of Tata Digital. With an entrepreneurial mindset, Amit is a result-driven professional possessing key expertise in the area of product development, category management, and merchandising with a history of developing and growing profitable businesses, building long-term relationship, both internal and external, into the market. Amit has done his executive program in general management strategy innovation from MIT Sloan School of Management. Plus, as I said, he is a PGDM, he is a gold medalist also from TAPME, from the finance area. And he did his BTech in computer science and from Maulana Abdul Kalam Azad University, West Bengal. With this, the panel is full. Before I hand over it to the moderator, I have a secret to share with the students, especially a secret which the students will like to hear. The moderator, Mr. Krishna Mohan, the moment he came into an academic institute, he got bugged by the academicians. What the academicians or the faculty do, teach something in class and ask something different in the exam. So in the same way, Mr. Krishna Mohan, after coming here, he just secretly told me that whatever questions he thought he will discuss with the panelists on the stage is going to be different. So the struggle that students find in exam could be what could happen to the panelists. So all the best to the panelists and have an exciting times for the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. All right, so we are at that 1 hour to lunch, right? So one of the most challenging parts of it. So we're going to keep it as entertaining as possible, and then I hope all of you make it through just the way the panelists are hoping to, right? So a lot of buzz about Gen AI. Kind of reminds me, for a dinosaur like me, the early days of the internet when the first web pages started showing up, right? So there was a lot of excitement that, okay, this is going to change the world, the way we live. It was also a lot of buzz about, at the same time, fear about what could this mean to me? Does it mean I'm going to lose my job? Does it mean that it could possibly be misused in many ways? And at the same time, the government was wondering, okay, should we bring in any regulations? If so, what kind of regulations? There was a lot of ambiguity in what was going on in those days. But at the same time, there was a lot of companies that were coming up. Every company, name it, they had a .com at the end. Even Amazon did. For a long time, it was Amazon.com until later on they dropped that .com. Today, what we are seeing in Gen AI or AI is very similar to what was there during those days. But at the same time, a little bit of word of caution here. Gen AI, although there's a lot of buzz in there, when you look at the Gartner hype curve, we are at the very peak of it. So there could be a point of time where the excitement kind of fades out, just the way it did with the internet. So what does it mean to all of us again, right? The companies during the internet age that really survived or did a wonderful job later on are the ones that had a great use case. They were solving a problem for the people. And that they did very effectively. So that is where use cases becomes crucial. That is the topic for this session today. What are the right how to come up with use cases for Gen AI. And here in the panel, we have people who have worked on this, who have great knowledge in what to do and how to do it. So we will now start the session. So we're going to try to keep it to 45 minutes of discussions and hope to give you all about 15 minutes to ask the questions, and hopefully we'll stay on time. All right? Okay, here we go with the first question. Swati, over to you. My first question to you is, there's discussions about AI. There is the Gen AI. So what is, for some of the audience who may not know what the difference is, can you help us understand the difference between AI and Gen AI.
Sure. Thank you so much, Krishna. And it's a pleasure to be here. Today I'm always being a PhD. I think I have added years of association with academic institutions, and I really feel very, very happy whenever I'm at any. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Now, talking about artificial intelligence and generative AI, the difference. So just by the name, as the name suggests, the intelligence which is not real, that is artificial intelligence, right? And generative artificial intelligence is the artificial intelligence that generates as well. So very, very simply put, but I'll just deep dive a little bit more. So AI, the term was coined in 1950s, and we've been, like, at least for the 20 plus years of my career, we've been talking about AI in traditional terms. So what started, like in the early 2000s, what started as data started gaining prominence, and then host of analysis of the data started. And so we started doing what are termed as descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics. And so descriptive is what is happening. So that answers the question what. Diagnostic answers the question why something is happening. Predictive, what will happen in future. Prescriptive, what should actually happen. And I'm not going into the individual examples. And then when all of these progress, then there came another layer, which is cognitive analytics, which is to learn from whatever the data is, to learn on its own, like humans do. And that portion is what we primarily call as artificial intelligence, and in that we have machine learning as one stream where machines learn by itself. And progressing on that, so generative AI is a form of machine learning itself, wherein machines have not only learned what was in artificial intelligence from a set of predefined rules to do certain tasks, but also machines has learned to generate content on its own. And that content can be in form of text, video, images, etc. And generative AI, so therefore this learning that is there is supervised, where from a set of rules, the generative AI algorithm does certain tasks, or for example, from a set of rules, it is like if two words are coming, what should be the third word? So that's a set of rules. Then there's unsupervised learning, where the algorithm learns patterns in the data. And then there's reinforcement learning, wherein it is that what is the right thing to do. So like that, the generative AI is comprising of supervised learning, unsupervised learning, as well as reinforcement learning. And lastly, I would just say that while AI took 60 years, and what we are doing, what we are seeing right now, but in terms of generative AI, it has really proliferated, reached 100 million users in 2 months' time, which is a record. So that's all. Yeah.
Thank you, Swati. So, Rajiv, you want to add anything more to it?
You know, Krishna, since you talked about lunch, and I'd put it rather simply, for me, AI is like giving a recipe of biryani to a computer and asking the computer to kind of follow the instructions to the T. In the case of generative AI, the computer itself becomes a master chef. It turns out different variations of biryani, many of which you've not had before, right? And you really enjoy. And it does this by learning from the existing recipes that exist for biryani. So AI is rule-based, and generative AI can throw up a huge area of possibilities around creativity and creating new content.
Anybody else wants to add?
To add to that, Rajiv, it is not only, creates different flavors of biryani. Instead, you show the ingredients of the biryani item, right? And then it will give you a different biryani style. Just show the picture saying that these are all the items I have it in my fridge, and then it will tell you saying that whether it has to go for a biryani or a veg pulao, whatever it is. So even that powerful it is.
Go ahead, Amit.
Hearing biryani, I think I'm getting hungry, but I'll bring the topic back to intelligence. So artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence, I think Gen AI is a subset of AI, but it's the enhanced version, the next thing. As Swati mentioned, AI took 60 years, but Gen AI is taking us by storm, and it might be like the next big thing as we know.
All right. So now that we have a sense of what AI, Gen AI is all about, let's get into where it can be used. So to start with, for example, now we have Abhimanyu, who has extensive experience in retail e-commerce. So Abhimanyu, can you talk about use cases for Gen AI in your area, in your sphere of work or expertise?
Thanks, Krishna. Yeah, of course, see, in the retail and e-commerce space, right, which is what you mentioned, I think if you look at very large consumer-facing businesses, which obviously there is retail, there is e-commerce, but then you can also add industries like BFSI, EdTech, FinTech. As far as Gen AI is concerned, I think the major benefit of Gen AI is being realized, in my experience and working with several customers across these domains, mostly by the marketing and the CMO organization or the function within these companies. So if you take a second and look at the landscape of large consumer businesses, there are two very important considerations that come into play. One is on the business side, from the marketer's standpoint, and the other is on the consumer side, right? So what are each of their asks? The business side, if you look at it, the marketer's KPI, they are concerned always about how do I bring more and more traffic to my website or to my app? How do I increase MAU, monthly active users, DAU, daily active users, on my website and my app? What is my ROAS, return on ad spend? What is my ROI on any tech or platform or tool implementation that has happened? These are their concerns, and their KPIs mostly are around, let's say, user engagement, retention, customer lifetime value, how do I realize uplift in revenue? And these are valid concerns, of course, and important business metrics that they have to look at. On the customer side, who is the customer? It's people like you and I who go online to shop, right? What do we want? We want one-to-one, a one-on-one experience. We want to know, we want to feel like the brand is addressing us at a personal level. I want to know about, let's say, offers. I want to know about loyalty, rewards, all of that. Basically, an experience that makes me feel that I have, what I've just witnessed from the brand is a very seamless, tailor-made experience just for me, right? This is what the average consumer wants. So how do you marry these two? And what exactly then has Gen AI implementation in the industry, in e-commerce, in retail done to help address these two equally important imperatives? So in today's world, if you look at how many of you on your smartphones have the Myntra app? Myntra, oh my God. Okay, so if you go to Myntra, right? If you go to Myntra and you are obviously a logged in user, you have history on the app, you will see that your experience is very different from somebody else's experience. If I log on to the app, my experience in terms of the banner that I see or the home page that I see or the recommendations that I get will be very different from, let's say, what Swati would get or what Krishna would get or what Amit would get, right? Also, very interestingly, if, let's say, I become anonymous as a user and let's say I log in through an incognito mode from a different device, the entire experience changes, right? Why is all this happening? Or how is all this happening? And there is this component that Gen AI models in place use data. So this is all a data game, right? And it's dangerous to some extent, and we can talk about that on another session. But So what happens here is e-commerce and retail and any industry that deals with customers at very, very large scale, they are sitting on massive, massive piles of structured, unstructured, labeled, unlabeled data, which is then used by their AI models for complex computations and ultimately to get to a level of customer profiling, which we have never seen before. This is completely a new day and age, right? Now, I've taken a walk in the park. I'll circle back to the exact use cases that are possible. A lot of what is happening in the industry is specific to these two verticals is related to hyper-personalization. How do you make the user feel that you are talking to them one-on-one, and how do you retain them? So a lot of use cases are around mass personalization at a mass level, at mass scale. So that involves, let's say, personalized banners, home pages, contextual nudges across different channels like WhatsApp, RCS, SMS, email, right? So all of this is one-to-one communication with the customer. Other things that are also happening is, AI is figuring out what is, let's say, based on customer user behavior, what is best time to send, what is the next best action, what channel is a preferred channel for the customer, when are they likely to see communication. So use cases around what is the right time to reach out to a customer or a user or a set of users. On device level personalization has a lot of use cases that are there in the industry right now. I think what we're also going to see in the near future with, let's say, extension of GenAI use cases is going to be more around multilingual content generation. It's also going to look at, let's say, visual search and recommendations. And lastly, I think for businesses that have been mostly brick and mortar till now, but are coming into, let's say, the online space with their e-commerce initiatives, we're going to see a lot of data that's being stitched with the use of computational models and GenAI to create a holistic, let's say, online, offline experience, because companies are now starting to invest more in CDPs as well.
Thank you, Abhimanyu. Now, imagine you're going into a store where you want to buy a dress. You go stand in front of the mirror, and what you get displayed in the mirror is you actually wearing that attire. So these days are not too far away. You can say, okay, change this dupatta to a brighter yellow. And then the machine takes your verbal instructions and converts it into an image, and then you're able to see yourself wearing that attire, although physically you're not wearing it. It looks magical today, right? But it could happen very soon. So now that kind of example kind of pushes me in the direction of Rajiv, because he's into displays coming up. His company works on many things related to display. And in this particular space, on terms of digitization and everything. So rather me trying to say something wrong about Rajiv, I'll let him say about what use cases that he sees possible from the world that he comes from.
I think you're not following the script.
That was the plan.
No, but on a lighter side, you talked about dresses, and when he was talking about dresses, I thought of hairdos for myself, right? In terms of trying out various kind of hairdos with Gen AI.
We'll get this one.
Well, honestly, Krishna, as you were talking, I was also remembered, I was thinking about a famous line with Steve Jobs that said way back in 1980 when he said that, hey, the personal computer is the bicycle for the human mind. Flash and fast forward to a few decades ahead, and today they say that generative AI is the rocket ship for the human mind, right? It can create humongous amount of capabilities, take us to greater heights through a lot of transformative possibilities. Now, I come from a visualization solutions display company. we cater to the entertainment, enterprise, and healthcare segments. If I have to talk about use cases in healthcare, now Barco essentially makes medical grade display monitors, which are used by radiologists, mammologists, and so on for diagnosis. In this space itself, we're seeing possibilities or use cases for Gen AI, where you can use Gen AI solutions to kind of image enhance, where you kind of reduce the noise from the image, reduce the artifacts from the image, and provide a cleaner, clearer image to the radiologist, helping in better diagnosis. I think we've all heard about the possibilities of leveraging Gen AI for drug discovery. Now, I think this is something that the industry is really watching carefully, because I think there could be a lot of possibilities thrown up with new molecular designs and so on and so forth, where you could enhance healthcare, make it more efficient, make it more affordable, and come up with cures for various ailments. At Barco also, we've been toying around with a concept around detecting skin cancer. We have a solution called Demetra, which essentially analyzes, basis the training data that's there, various types of skin, and kind of can predict skin cancer very easily. So that's as far as healthcare is concerned. When we talk about enterprise, Barco caters to the large video wall segment. So if you go around Bangalore, you will find these command and control centers for security and surveillance, traffic management, metros, and so on and so forth. So Barco makes these large panels that are used in these command and control centers. Typically in these command and control centers, you have operators sitting in front, looking at feeds from thousands of cameras that get integrated into this video wall in a command and control center. With Gen AI, there are possibilities to create dashboards for the operator, which would be personalized and could help in reducing operator fatigue, drawing, faster action for the operators. You have also possibilities on kind of predicting traffic buildup and suggestion of alternative routes. And thirdly, you have, again, image enhancement that could take place, wherein you could kind of see a fast-moving vehicle. If the number plate is not visible, you could kind of zoom in to kind of check out that number plate and then take corrective action. So, I mean, again, Gen AI throws out a huge amount of possibilities in that space, Krishna. We are also looking at it as a tool to kind of drive competitive advantage, because we are in the command and control space. Now, each of these command centers could be of different sizes. They integrate audio, they integrate video, they can integrate networking components. And typically with a Gen AI kind of a solution, you could look at designing a command and control center and use it as a competitive advantage when you go in and pitch our video walls. The last area that I talk about is on the entertainment side. So how many of you watch movies in cinema halls? Okay, that's good. That's good. So 100% of the movies that are projected in PVR, INOX, Cinepolis are on 100% are on Barco projectors. I'm kind of pitching in I've just transitioned out of Barco, but I'm pitching Barco now. Now imagine, and these are digital cinema projectors. What Gen AI could do is you could kind of up-level the resolution of old archival movies, bring them and make them digital cinema worthy and provide an immersive experience to the users. So again, possibilities are huge. On a lighter side, I'd again say, generative AI is like that uncle that we all have in our family, right? He has an opinion on everything. He has a lot of views on or an answer to every question that you might have, but sometimes he might not be backed up with the right amount of data. In Gen AI, you have technology. You've got to work towards building a nice training data set, and you've got to continuously improve, and you can have a lot of use cases to go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Raju. So since Raju talked about life sciences, so you must have seen in the movies, right, where you got a surgeon who is operating on a patient, and then you've got a dozen people surrounding the surgeon. But imagine if the headset that the surgeon wears has a camera in it, and the camera is seeing exactly the same thing that the surgeon is seeing. And what it is doing is that it is going through the images, and then it is telling the doctor, the surgeon, that, okay, maybe there is bleeding in some part of where the operation, where it should not be happening. It is also giving instructions to the surgeon saying that the BP levels are going higher. So the surgeon is having a conversation with the AI. They don't need as many people. So it is giving a warning saying that certain vitals are good, certain vitals are not doing great, and the surgeon can ask the machine the question, okay, give me more information about it. So this is how the world can change. Now, all of a sudden, you might have just 2-3 people in the operating theater, and the operation happens seamlessly. These are amazing things that can happen. So now I'll move on to Amit. Given that your area of expertise, this should be of very much interest to our audience, mainly students. You are an edtech person. Do you think Gen AI is going to change the way they attend these classes, or is it going to be any different from online classes that they have been used to? What do you think the new world is going to be like?
Absolutely. I think the moment we hear Gen AI in education, everybody gets excited. Students get excited because they think that they have now an assistant to do their assignments, and faculties get extra headache with how to evaluate those assignments. And it was in news as well, but probably some other day for that topic. In terms of use cases, pretty much very interesting use cases. All are at discovery stage. I would say companies are also treading cautiously because of various reasons. But from my perspective, if I were to say, being in the edtech industry and just to kind of give a line that I design upskilling courses for universities, for professionals, working professionals, going up to CXOs as well. So from a product design perspective or a course design perspective, I think Gen AI definitely helps in that second opinion. Like when we go to a doctor and he diagnoses some illness and he says, okay, this is what you need to do, and you go to another doctor for a second opinion. So when we are designing courses, we do our market research, we come up with our base solution or a base product design. But then these days now we are turning to Gen AI and saying, hey, if you were designing it, how would you design? And we take that opinion and see that how can we kind of refine our dark spaces or points where we have missed out few things. So that's an interesting use case. Obviously, it has to be done with an experienced hand because Gen AI sometimes can go into a kind of a different zone. I use a word very regularly called hallucination. It hallucinates sometimes. So you have to be careful. That's a powerful use case. There is another interesting use case. Few of the edtechs have implemented it, and we are also in the process in terms of a personalized teaching assistant. Generally, we have teaching assistants who are there to assist students during stipulated times and all. But imagine at 1 a.m. in the midnight, I'm studying and I'm stuck with a concept. I can just turn to that virtual teaching assistant and ask my query, and probably it can guide me, it can help me. So that's an interesting use case, again, being developed, explored. Few other use cases which are still, I would say, in the discovery phase, and one interesting one would be a personalized kind of a learning plan. So you are different from the person sitting next to you, so the learning plan has to be different. But we have not reached that much of data right now to design that. Probably somewhere down the line when we have that much of data, we can design it. Few use cases which I think Abhimanyu also hinted about in terms of personalization, in terms of content generation, assessment, grading, all are in very nascent stage right now. I would say a lot of it because of the ethical concerns also, because we don't know right now how much are we infringing on the intellectual property of the other person when we are creating automated content. So those are still deliberations, but use cases nonetheless. And from a content marketing side perspective, I think having worked on the content marketing side as well, I see that it can be a kind of a super efficient agent which can increase your efficiency because it can help you with those kind of personalized creatives, ad copies, headlines, landing pages, and so on and so forth. So, lot of potential, but lot of care as well because of the ethical concerns. So that's what I see right now.
Thank you, Amit. Now, Gen AI is not a solution for everything. There are certain places where certain use cases for which Gen AI is a great solution. But in many cases, the hype that goes with Gen AI forces companies to implement Gen AI as a solution, where it might end up being a wrong solution or an overkill. So, from that angle, Anand, can you talk about where Gen AI could be a good solution, for which use cases, where it could be a bad solution, a wrong solution used for the right problem?
Okay. Thanks for the question, Krishnan, and thanks for the organizers and the wonderful audience. I think I could see many people there taking notes at the points, and you also suggested it has to be more participative, right? Yes. And they are keenly watching all of our points and taking notes. With your permission, Krishnan, I wanted to announce a small piece. Okay. During the QA, we'll start some 3 questions, right? 2 question is about some of the points, data points, what we spoke about. We'll ask saying what is the data points, and then you should be able to tell. And the third one is the creative one. In the last 5 minutes or 10 minutes, when we get, I'll put a question. It is open to all of you. It is coming out of the solution, because you are the future managers and the future leaders. Please watch all the concepts, and by the end of the session, you are going to go away with some solutions in your mind, and one solution is going to get a prize. And also, we are going to give some prizes also, right? So,
He's got chocolates.
Chocolates, yes. So, and the audience is still silent, Krishnan, and with the permission from the professors, I want to make can we make some noises? Is it allowed? Yeah, allowed, okay.
Yeah.
So, we need to have a competition, right? Like, we cannot make noise, how we can judge.
Only quiz where you can make noise.
So, can we say that some noise from the first batch students or first batch future leaders? Yes. So this is the first batch, right? I just wanted to see how powerful is the second batch. Oh. They are more professional.
Yeah, see, that's what college does. Huh?
Okay, right. So with that, we'll go to the question saying that, Krishnan, you asked about where the generative AI can work well. I say that generative AI is not new, right? It is an extension of what we use natural language processing. And so earlier in basic artificial intelligence, we used to handcraft and design saying that this is the supervised learning, this is unsupervised learning, we throw the data and then algorithm, it tries to find out the solution or something. Generative AI, what human being that time we were doing is we try to learn, understand, and then we try to create. That is, we felt like that is the power of a human being. I'm able to generate content. But now that is also gone. Now this system is able to understand from the data and it is able to generate the content on its own. Not only text, it can generate images, it can generate videos, it can generate audio, and from the text to audio, audio to text, and anything, translation from one language to other languages, seamlessly it can do. How it is doing? It has been fed with all the data, whatever the data available in the world, which is publicly available. Let us say entire Wikipedia, entire nature.com, entire PubMed, entire data has been given to the generative AI models, and it got trained on its own. That is called a foundation model. And then there is a general model, there is a domain-specific model, financial model, Bloomberg, let us say, and then if it is a medical-related model, people have developed it. So use cases-wise, I think each and every industry, that we got a huge opportunity. I can say two top industries always they try to adopt AI, which is one is the financial industry, because we see that if there is a technique, if I could make more money, right, that's where people will be interested. So that way, financial industry first adopted this kind of generative AI. Morgan Stanley, I think you can see that is the first company who was brought in this kind of generative AI into their workflow, and then say that I have a huge investment details about what are the debt funds, how is the market behaving in different regions of it, and how I can make all this knowledge, it's tons and tons, GBs and terabytes of data, make available to the frontline agents, because those frontline agents are going to help for the end customers, so that I can invest into the right fund and then I can make money. So the financial industry is the one where you need to go to self-care is the one still we have a lot of unresolved issues, right? We wanted to solve cancer. We wanted to solve many other diseases where we have not found the solution for it. For example, drug discovery. It takes typically 10 years for finding out a drug. And then how it is taken? Drug discovery is a kind of a game, right? There is a molecule where the inflammation happens. That's why you get a pain or you get a diseases. And there is a medicine, which is like a key. The molecules are like a lock. So when you identify the right key for the right molecule, for the right lock, then you are cracking that particular diseases. So, but this is not easy. There is millions of molecules available in the human body, and there is millions of these kind of drugs we are trying to do. So, but how do we find out, what is the right key going to the right lock? It was always a problematic one. People are struggling with a lot of efforts. But generative AI, what happens is like, we were able to fill in all the data, saying that now you find out the pattern, and then you can say that what is that right thing. So these are the two areas. I feel like the second part of your question is like where it is the overkill. I feel like there were normal rule-based stuff where we cannot do as a kind of a law, right? Where we need to see that we need to understand, check all the classes are there and all those things. There we cannot try it out because even a slightest modification will be a problem for us. And then arithmetic still we are not very good at generative AI, making some calculations. I'm asking some bigger calculation and all those things. That's where if we try to do the generative AI, it will be an overkill. Otherwise, it depends upon what is the kind of ROI when you are deploying a kind of generative AI. You need to calculate the ROI of it. So if you are spending millions of it and then returns is in a few thousand or something, that is not a right thing. So I think these are the areas, and we need to see the right area where we need to deploy, and then we need to go there.
Thank you, Anand. Swati?
Add to it, like recently, I'll tell you where an overkill example. Recently, with one of our banking clients, they wanted us that they are creating their customer 360, and over and above that, some conversational, like Q&A type of capability we can provide, and we can leverage GenAI for that. And they said that we'll only do it for 5-6 months, and then we'll build another capability on top of it. And to do it faster, we need GenAI, but later we will decide. Then at that moment, we said that then there is no point of, because GenAI, we have to first of all ensure, see, even it is not that you can implement GenAI on anything like that. Even if you have customer 360, there's a whole lot of data lineage, that how different variables are connected to each other, because how will GenAI capability answer the question and do the Q&A? It will only be basis once the data is very clear that what variable is leading to the other variable, how the variables are connected. When that underlying data is in place, then only the GenAI capability can work. So if the ask is that for 3 months just give us something which is fairly quick, people should understand that even to set up a GenAI infra, it takes a lot of efforts to set the data in place. It takes a lot of money to get the right foundation models. It takes a lot of effort to ensure the privacy considerations are in place. So it is an overkill if we want it for a small POC. I think we have to, of course we can do it, but if we have planned to enlarge, to expand it.
Thank you, Swati. So how are we doing on time? How much time do we have? It's almost 1:30, but I just want to, from the organizing side, 15 minutes? Okay. We can get 15 minutes? Okay, thank you, sir. So we'll have one quick round given, I'll just pick up from where Swati left, because GenAI, implementing GenAI in an organization, it's not just a technology decision. If you go talk to a developer, they'll be all excited about it. But somebody the CXOs are the ones who have to actually make the decision to spend that money, whether it's a worthwhile investment, and what the outcomes are likely to be. So, a quick 1-minute round from all the panelists on how do you evaluate a use case where you think Gen AI is a possible solution? So let me start with Amit from that, and we'll come to this end of the table.
So the use case is predominantly determined by the data which you have. Because as Swati mentioned, if you don't have the data, Gen AI will not give you that result. And I'm asking an open question. How many of you know that in Chat GPT, how many parameters have they used? GPT-3 and GPT-4, if anybody knows about it. Yeah, that's the correct answer for GPT-3. GPT-4? 1 trillion parameters. So that is the amount of data which is kind of being used to kind of create solutions out of it. So if you don't have that much of data, the use cases are going to fail and it'll lead to bad, like junk in, junk out, that kind of a situation. So that's would be my take on that.
Anand? Yeah, so the question is on the lines of, from a business standpoint, how do you evaluate a use case?
It's about, again, I can say that it's an ROI and an impact. And nowadays, but we can say that more carefully we need to see that. But if you look at across the globe, people are not ready for that. Like they say, like, whatever it may be, let me get into that. Let me be tested my capability. Saying that's where people are getting into that. Whatever may be the different business domains they belongs to. They want to say that, no, let me think about it later, because this is the kind of a wave. Swati said, right? So 2 months, ChatGPT has taken 100 million users. We do not know. It is a very, very powerful technology. So every company feel that, no, I don't want to miss this kind of a wave. So let me do one POC or one project and then see that, no, one, I will see that whether it is really useful for me. Second, even if it is not really useful, I will test my capability. Whether I have infrastructure, I have the skills, I have the people and all those things. So that way it is going on. Otherwise, we really need to look at it and we need to see the use cases. What is the traditional AI models are helping, or normal methodology are helping? Generative AI, how powerful it is helping us. That way we need to see that.
Raju?
I think Anand covered it. I look at the problem statement and see that problem can be solved by simple rule-based AI model and go with that. Because obviously generative AI is dependent on data, it's also dependent on large amount of computational resources. I'd also throw in a people angle to this, because there is an angle of potential job displacement. So it's about, evaluating and being honest and transparent with our workforce, explaining why we are doing what we are going to do and how is it going to impact them. It's also about skilling, reskilling, and providing for a kind of career transition to the impacted folks. So there is an economic and societal impact towards taking a business decision that should also be considered.
Thank you. Sorry.
So I would say some of the things I've already said, but while evaluating a Gen AI use case, one of the things that we advise our clients and we ourselves are comfortable with is low risk versus high risk. So if you have, we suggest is start trying Gen AI for internal use rather than for your customers. Because internal use may be a little low risk. You are trying Gen AI to increase up the speed of your operations. Okay, if it doesn't increase that much, it is not going to. But if you apply it on a customer and there's bad customer experience, then you can lose face in the market. So one of the things, apart from ROI is number 1, 2 is low risk versus high risk, 3 is the privacy considerations, etc. That are we sure that what we are doing is going to ensure that we are in the regulatory boundaries, and from an accuracy perspective also it should be correct. One thing that we do is we try to ensure that there is always human in the loop. So it's not like Gen AI, everything is being done by machines. Somewhere human in the loop should be embedded. So those are some of the things that we keep into consideration.
Wonderful.
Thanks. I think from a business decision standpoint, one of the factors that we look at is, as a business, your consideration of what is the expected time to ROI. And if you don't have a very long horizon there, then Gen AI use cases are very strong. So prior to Netcore, I used to work with a company called LEADXAI, How many of you in the audience would have received calls from Bajaj, voice calls, automated voice calls from Bajaj FinServ? Yeah, and Star Health Insurance? Yeah, I apologize to you in advance, those were our voice bots that we built at LEADXAI. But the reason I bring that up is for, let's say, customer service chatbots and voice bots. It's what used to happen earlier is when you look at the workflow, the journeys behind the bots, on the back end, what happens when you program a bot like that, used to be, let's say, a time frame of 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes in complex integrations, possibly months before you could release a bot, right? With generative AI coming in, we were able to impact, let's say, the workflow through generative AI, where you could create a bot literally in minutes, right? Because the workflow would build on itself. So the consideration there as a business is, what is your expectation of time to ROI? And if your answer to that is, I need it now, then this is where you can look at very, very strong use cases or uses for generative AI in your tech ecosystem.
Yep, sorry about that delay, but we'll open the floor for any questions. Okay, we have a gentleman right in the front, so can we have a microphone for him, please?
My name is Stefan Ongo. I'm from the University of Southampton. My question is to any of the panelists. As an academic, I'm very keen to learn from industry experts like you on how you solve your problems, because that is probably one of my weaknesses, probably. But anyway, my question to you is on hallucinations. The Gen AI can create hallucinations, and how do you have you come across this issue in one of your use cases, and how you have dealt with it?
Anyone wants to take? Anand?
Yeah. Thanks for that question. I think everybody, whenever we say that generative AI, people will come out with a question saying that, no, how are we going to overcome the hallucination? Saying that, no. Because the generative AI models are trained in such a way that, no, somehow you identify the models. Because we train with auto-encoder models, auto-regressive models, sequence-to-sequence models. Sorry for throwing all this technical jargons, but it is about, no, I'll give you 2 words and then you have to find the 3rd word. Or I will give you the end of 1 paragraph and in between I will mask some of the words, and then you need to find out. And then we are throwing a challenge to the generative AI, saying that, no, somehow you need to find out. Then generative AI becomes so feel ashamed, saying that, no, somehow I need to answer it. So whenever you ask the question, even it doesn't have any answers to it, it feel like, oh, I have to answer it, and then it try to give you an answer such a way that it is, you look like it's a very factful answer, right? That is the hallucination, right? So how do we avoid that? So for a generic purposes, now let us talk about weather, city, tourism and all those things, we can ask questions and you can do that. But about the questions about like some knowledge base, some medical suggestions or some fintech or anything, so you need to have a factful information which would have been derived from your knowledge base, organizational knowledge base. That's why we have a lot of models coming in. Even in a generic model, we can have something called a temperature value, right? So if you could adjust the temperature value, you say that no, 0 creativity. Enough, yeah, I understand about your capability, but if you know, please tell, else don't tell. That option we can control. And then over and above what we can do is something called a RAG model, retrieval augmentation generation, where we say that, no, I want you to answer not from your memory. I want you to answer, you have all the capabilities, saying that how you are able to identify a word, how you are able to understand a meaning from a paragraph. Have that capability. But look at my own data. I will open up my knowledge base. From there you look at it. If it is there, you please tell me. Also we will instruct the model saying that, no, I want you to answer the questions from my document, and when you are answering, I want you to give me a hyperlink of the references. I picked up this particular document, put a star mark, number 1. One is like, no, this document last year annual report. Second one is this is the research report. So when you give that, so what is that we want? We have so much of data in front of us. We do not have time to go through all it. That's why we are asking generative AI. It does the work, but quickly we are getting it, so we are getting the references also. When you have solid proof, right? You got the summary of it, quick summary of it, and then you have solid proof, you are definitely overcoming the hallucination. I think that is the one way, and then there are multiple ways to it.
Okay, next question. Anyone? Okay, way back there. Can you please stand up so that they know where to bring the microphone to?
Krishna, and I said no, one question will, the solution question. We'll announce that, let the people think of it. Okay. I want all the students to think of one generative AI solutions. If I am giving you saying, I'll give you generative AI, all the technology to you, what kind of business you will do? Because you are all the kind of future managers, right? You are going to start a lot of new business entrepreneurs are there. Take some 5 minutes until the end of the session. Last question would be that somebody has to stand up and say that this is my solution, I want to use the generative AI solution. That will become the future entrepreneurs identified by all the leaders here. It is not about the chocolate, it is about who is winning that solution. That is the question. Yeah, another 2 questions we'll ask.
Good afternoon to the panel. My name is Ayan and I'm a second year student at TAPMI Bangalore. Like Mr. Bala gave the example of biryanis and recipes to explain Gen AI and how different permutations and combinations of past data sets can be used to arrive at a unique result. Can something similar happen with ethics? Can Gen AI arrive at a unique solution that contradicts its own beliefs and compromising the values and principles of its organization?
Anyone wants to take it? Should I take a shot at it and then? So, yes, a wonderful question. Thanks for asking. You can sit down. That's.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, yes, your primary question is that can the ethics be compromised? Get compromised with the implementation of generative AI, right? Yes, there is always a danger, and the same thing happened, like I said, when the early stages of internet. So this is where it becomes so difficult for governments to come up with regulations on what can be done with AI and what should not be done. And that's why you're hearing some of the biggest voices in the world like Elon Musk and warning people that, okay, for the first time you're handing over the power of decision making to a machine. And you won't know at what point you're losing control of it. And if this machine is the one making the decisions, it has no ethics. So this is why, unlike all the previous technologies that we have seen that has changed the world, AI, there's a lot of fear about AI. So it's not just at the organization level, but as Raji was talking, it could be at a societal level, and even some people go to the extreme of saying that it could mean extinction of humanity. So we are probably at the very early stages of it. We don't know what we don't know, so which can lead us into a lot of trouble. But this is more something that all of you, your generation, probably this will be one of your biggest challenges for you to navigate and make sure that we are still living in a society where ethics matter. I'm not sure if I fully answered the question, but yes.
So I'll just add to it. See, it is possible, right? If you compare it with the biryani example, definitely it is possible. But see, therefore there are guardrails. Like I said, human in the loop, right? And currently, because Gen AI is new, we want to have human in loop in every use case. But there will be a time that it will be automated. But for use cases where there may be ethical violations, I think human in the loop must continue. Secondly, also if the technology, the way the Gen AI models work will also become more robust in the sense that, see, how will it give unethical results? Only basis the data. If in the data itself there is bias, right? If the data is, if people, we see the example of the recruitment, like who are the top candidates to be selected here. Now, if the whole data is, say, of the white population and there are no blacks, then it will throw out that only. So, as the technology evolves, all these mechanisms will also become robust so as to ensure there is no bias in the data, there is no bias in the labeling of the data, there is no bias in the algorithms that are being built. Even the people who are building the algorithms need to be diverse to ensure there is no bias. So all of those things. So that will eliminate. So what we can do is only eliminate, to Krishna's point, that that's a machine and it can throw. But we will have to make the guardrails very, very robust.
I think that's such a great question you asked. Now everybody wants to answer. So I'll just give you my 2 cents on this. When you ask a probability-based question, the answer is always yes. There is always some probability. The quantum of it we don't know as yet. However, one thing that I think will help in this regard is the governance model around AIs, and we talk about responsible AI. That is not completely defined as yet. And I think I was reading somewhere, I think this is CCS Insight, which kind of comes out and says that 2024 is the year in which generative AI will kind of get a cold shower, right? Because there is legislation, talks of legislation in place. I think there's a landmark AI Act that will come out in the EU, which addresses exactly the points that you have just raised, right? So I think it's a wait and watch game, but the answer is yes. I mean, can it turn on itself? Of course.
I'll move away from biryani to marriage.
Yeah, just half a minute because...
I know, I got that. So while Swati was talking, I was thinking of generative AI being like marriage, right? You've got to do a lot of compatibility testing. You've got to do a lot of trust building. So you've got to have the right kind of data set. You've got to work towards eliminating your biases. Then you've got to have a lot of patience with each other. And lastly, you've got to do some amount of debugging, right? So I think we've got to have that human interface, and we've got to stay committed towards working on it, just like we work on our marriage. And I think it'll be good.
Okay, thank you. So overall, hope this was a session that was beneficial to all of you, and thank you for being patient. I know we are running about 15 minutes late, and I would like to thank all the panelists for coming here, and I know Anand is asking that last question if anyone's come up with a wonderful use case. So, no, I think we are out of time, that's the reason, okay? So, last, you want to end it?
Somebody raised the hand there.
Any one solutions? Anybody?
One quick question and...
Or one question, because you are keenly observing, one question about, like, we talked about some medical use cases, right? We talked about how do we identify the drug, drug development. We talked about lock and key mechanism. What is the lock I referred to? I said, like, maybe a key is equivalent to protein, right? And a lock is equivalent to? I mentioned one of the body. What is that we said, like lock and then key mechanism? Molecule, who said that molecule? Yes, please come up. Quickly, what's your name? What's your name? Shashidhar, please. Yes, Krishna.
Yeah, he's not hungry.
Fantastic.
All right. I know we are out of time. Sorry again, one more time. Apologies for it. But once again, want to thank all the panelists and thank you for having us here. We'd like to thank TAPME for inviting us to this wonderful session, and all of us will be available after lunch too or during lunch. So please do reach out to us. We would be more than happy to interact with every one of you here. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Krishna. Now I request Professor Stephen Ongo from University of Southampton to facilitate with a memento our guests, Mr. Abhimanyu Mukherjee, Mr. Anand Mahalingam, and Mr. Raju Bhalla. presentation movement. I request Professor Ongro and Professor Krishnan to join in for the group photo with dignitaries on theirs. Now I request all the guests and delegates to join in for a group photo.
I request all the volunteers as well, please come fast. All the faculty, all the delegates, all the guests who are there, please come on the dais for a group photo, fast. All the faculty of South Africa specifically. Yeah. Please come.
students, you can go back to, you can have your lunch. The next session actually starts at the MIT auditorium, because I think there is a matter of dance that's going to happen here. So please remember, by 2:45 in the MIT auditorium, please. 2:45 MIT auditorium, have your lunch, and then lunch is in where you generally have your canteens, okay? And we have requested them to keep the food, so that's not a problem. Guests, faculty and volunteers who are escorting the guests, please escort the guests to the first floor room, to the lunch area.